Hey guys, I am going live because I got some breaking news here. Um, Let me get Josh Hu up. Hey, not sure who's there. Um, let's see. Trying to make sure I'm good on Josh Hu, and I am. Hi, welcome to Truth Factor with Renee. I've got some breaking headlines um, that just came out. Um, See if I can. Hey guys, bear with me just a sec. Trying to, so I can interact with. I'm not sure who's all there, but I will know here in a second. Okay. Anyway, um, what we got going on this morning, guys? Um, let's start with. Oh no, what happened to my story? Okay, guys. If you have my stories, the Wixit I have in there. I already have these stories loaded. Um, U.S. citizens have been ordered to leave Iraq, and I wanted to get that article, so here we go. Um, this is from Metro. Uh, Company UK. U.S. citizens are ordered to leave Iraq after the airstrikes that killed the Iranian general. The U.S. Embassy in Baghdad has called on all American citizens to leave Iraq immediately. It comes just as a top Iranian general, Qasem Soleimani, was killed in the U.S. airstrike in the capital, causing a prominent Iraqi clerk to call on an anti-U.S. army to arms. So, Soleimani's assassination was ordered by President Donald Trump. In a statement, the embassy said today, due to the heightened tensions in Iraq and the region, the U.S. Embassy urges American citizens to heed the January 2020 travel advisory and depart from Iraq immediately. U.S. citizens should depart via airline while possible, and failing that, to other countries via land. This statement also added that the U.S. citizen should not approach the embassy while the consulate general in Erbil, Iraqi Kurdistan, would be open for appointments. After Soleimani's death, Clerk Muqtada al-Sadr tweeted, "I, as the official of the Iraqi National Resistance, give an order to the readiness of the Mujahideen especially the Imam Mahdi army, and the promise today, the brigade, and whoever commands our order from the national discipline factions to be fully prepared to protect Iraq. The Mahdi army was Iraq's largest Shia militia until its disbanding in 2008. Today, graffiti reading "Death to America" could be seen painted on the ground in Baghdad. Iran's supreme leader Al Khamenei has already warned that harsh retaliation is waiting for the U.S. after the airstrike at the Baghdad airport. There's a little box here, and it says U.S. airstrikes kill top Iranian general in Iraq. Donald Trump orders that airstrike to General Qasem Soleimani of Iran. Iran responds to Baghdad with airstrikes that killed Qasem Soleimani. World War III trends after Donald Trump airstrike kills Iran general, and the Shiite cleric reactivates the powerful anti-U.S. army after airstrike kills Iran general. U.S. citizens ordered to leave Iraq after the airstrike kills Iranian general, and who was Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, who died in the airstrike ordered by Donald Trump. He described that Soleimani, who was Iran's second in command, as the international face of resistance, and declared the 3 day of public mourning for the general. Iran has also summoned the Swiss charges d'affaires, who represents the U.S. interest in Tehran, to protest the killing. The country's state television called Trump's order to kill Soleimani the biggest miscalculation by the U.S. since the Second World War. Over the last 2 decades, Soleimani had assembled a network of powerful and heavily armed allies, stretching all the way to the southern Lebanon on Israel's doorstep. The Defense Department said it killed the general because he was actively developing plans to attack American diplomats and service members in Iraq and throughout the region. It also accused Soleimani of approving the orchestrated violent protest as the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad earlier this week. Trump, who is currently holidaying on his estate in Palm Beach, Florida, sent out a tweet of the American flag after the airstrike. And that's what I have so far for this update on this. Which is rather alarming. And then we have and I'm sure everyone remember. Good morning, Shannon. How are you, honey? I do have this update on this was the only other update that I had that I could find for the situation in Nuevo Laredo. It says police issued the security alert after gun battles in Nuevo Laredo. Laredo, Texas. Laredo law enforcement officers are warning residents to be cautious when traveling into Nuevo after recent outbursts of violence that could be heard on the side of the border. Authorities are advising residents to avoid crossing into Mexico altogether. Several residents called the KGNS newsroom saying that they had heard multiple gunshots in South Laredo. According to the reports, an intense shootout between the Tapalus State Police and the drug cartel members that took place over several hours. Sheriff Martin Cooler says that the gunfights happened in the areas around Paseo Colon, Venezuela and Guatemala streets, and around the Valero Hotel. Gunmen were reportedly using high-powered rifles, explosives, and resorted to carjacking. People are advised to avoid going into Mexico at this moment. And that is it. Sleeper cells are a huge danger here at this moment. And I have been I will refer everyone, if you haven't checked, if you don't know who Will Patriot is, he put out a video. And I've been trying to confirm it, and I still have not confirmed what he has put out. And I don't know if anyone else out there has any confirmation of what he's put out. But according to him, there's been an order to move all U.S. White House high White House officials to an undisclosed location. Now I'm sure this probably is just customary after such things. But given that I heard that first and then this broke out, and I don't know if anyone else is experiencing any kind of internet issues. We had some internet Wi-Fi issues here, but it was due to a system update according to Spectrum. But if you look at the outage map, it looks like there is a lot of issues in the eastern part of the United States. Now, whether or not there is, I don't know. But again, I have really looked far and wide to confirm what Will put out, but I have not been able to confirm that. But I will reference everyone to his channel, and I'll give you that link here. I shared it. I shared the link earlier on Twitter so that my mom could check it out for me, because sometimes when I can't find things, she's able to find things. But and I also have another article I was going to read, but I want to give you guys this link to Will the Patriot. Okay. Sometimes it's like forever and a day to pull up. No. Okay, I got it. Yeah, Will the Patriot. This is a video that he put out earlier. It's like a 3-minute video, and now, and like I said, I haven't been able to confirm it, but I know that he's pretty accurate on telling things. So I will encourage everyone to check that out. But as of right now, that is the information that I have available for you guys. I also want to tell you that according to the breaking live, there is a boil water alert issued for thousands of people in Pennsylvania. It says a boil water alert has been issued for thousands of people in Limerick Township, Pennsylvania. The Pottstown Mercury reports the alert was issued for most of the consumers under the Limerick, Pennsylvania America Water Company's Royford's system, but does not affect anyone in Royford. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? But I understand. The alerts cover most of the Limerick Township, impacting over 4,600 people. It was after Pennsylvania American Water experienced a drop in positive water pressure due to the monitoring system malfunction. Officials say that because of that, there is an increased chance that the water might contain disease-causing organisms. Bring all water to a boiling boil. Let it boil for 1 minute and cool before using, or used bottled water. You should use boil or bottled water for drinking, making ice, washing dishes, brushing teeth, and food preparation until further notice. According to the statement issued by the company, potable water tankers are also being made available at several locations in the township. So that is definitely crazy, guys. Crazy. But anyway, so I have been trying to keep my eye out on the situation in Laredo. I want to ask anybody, that if anybody knows anybody in the Laredo area, if you would just check them out. My mom has peeps, as she calls them, that live in that area, and on a serious note, she hasn't been successful in touching base with them. So we are curious if there is a partial, what do you call it, blackout for that area, because like I said, she said she's tried, she hasn't heard anything at all from them, and that's the only thing that makes sense. And I know that I put out feeders earlier when we was in Kim's chat, West Virginia prepared mine, and people that are in Dallas checked in and said all is well there. People in Austin, but that is far and in between from there to Laredo. Power grid interruptions are a major concern. Yeah. And like I said, I have had all kinds of crazy issues tonight. I had tried to pay my cell phone, was having cell phone issues. Then I had internet issues, and it seemed like it was all happening all at once. And I had just looked at the power outage, downgrid, whatever you want to call it, and it had, like I said, a lot of the East was having, it looked like they, were having an issue according to the yellow shadows that they had there. But again, for those that missed this article, I'm going to read it one more time, guys. And if you have any questions, or I, I believe that this says that it's of the down detector. Yeah. Let me see if I can get it back up, and I'll share that link with you as well. Ha la la la. Okay. Here you go. Oh, I bet, Marley. I am so sorry. It has been kind of, I probably could go to sleep, but it's like I had things to do. And when I started having Wi-Fi issues and other kind of things, just joking, what's going on? Oh, okay. So U.S. citizens are ordered to leave Iraq after the airstrike kills Iranian general. It comes just as the top Iranian general, Qasem Soleimani, was killed in U.S. airstrike in the capital, causing a prominent Iraqi clerk to call an anti-U.S. army to arms. Soleimani's assassination was ordered by President Donald Trump in a statement, the embassy said today. Due to the heightened tensions in Iraq and the region, the U.S. Embassy urges American citizens to heed the January 2020 travel advisory and depart immediately. U.S. citizens should depart via airline while possible, and failing that, to other countries via land. That statement also added that the U.S. citizens should not approach the embassy, while the consulate general in Erbil, Iraqi Kurdistan, would be open for appointments. After Soleimani's death, clerk Muqtada al-Sadr tweeted, I, as the official of the Iraqi National Resistance, give an order to the readiness of the Mujahid, especially the Imam Mahdi army and the Promise Today brigade, and whoever commands our order from the National Discipline factions to be fully prepared to protect Iraq. The Mahdi army was Iraq's largest Shiite militia until its disbanding in 2008. Today, graffiti reading Death to America could be seen painted on the ground in Baghdad. Iran's supreme leader, al-Khamenei, has already warned that a harsh retaliation is waiting for the U.S. after the airstrike at the Baghdad airport. He described Soleimani, who was Iran's second in command, as the international faces of resistance and declared 3 days of public mourning for the general. Iran has summoned the Swiss Charges d'Affaires, who represents the U.S. interest in Tehran, to protest the killing. The country's state television called Trump's order to kill Soleimani the biggest miscalculation by the U.S. since the Second World War. Over the last 2 decades, Soleimani had assembled a network of powerful and heavily armed allies, stretching all the way to the southern Lebanon on Israel's doorstep. The Defense Department said it killed the general because he was actively developing plans to attack American diplomats and service members in Iraq and throughout the region. It also accused Soleimani of approving the orchestrated violent protest at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad earlier this week. Trump, who is currently holidaying on the estate in Palm Beach, Florida, sent out a tweet of an American flag after the airstrike. So, Let's see if there's another thing here. Yep. So that's what's going on. What are you talking? I'm not quite sure what you're talking about, Crystal Stotts, but Truth Not Fiction Matters podcast with guest I mentioned earlier, Kathy Rubio and Courtney Snodes, talking about all this. Are they still talking about it? Shannon. Anyway, so then we have that. We have a boil water alert issued for thousands in Pennsylvania, in Limerick Township. And let's see. And the police issue a security alert after the gun battle in Novato, Laredo. And basically, they're just urging everyone not to go into Mexico. And crickets in Venezuela. Well, I don't think we've got crickets in Venezuela, but um, I'm not quite sure, guys. And again, I will. I don't know if you guys can still access it, but if you don't, you should be able to. I just scrolled up to it. I did drop a link in chat earlier to check out Will Patriot. He put out a video as well, and again, I will just say I haven't been able to confirm any of those, any of the things that he put out. But if anyone can confirm it, if they would just drop me a message and a comment in one of my videos and just let me know where you found the confirmation, I would greatly appreciate it. But that is what I have so far this morning. It's kind of, I guess, becoming so surreal here for those Americans that are in Iraq. But I don't know how many Americans we actually have over there. Matthew is a Fugel fan member. Who are you talking about now? It's from the first talking about all things coming. They put out you're talking about the video that they put out. They were talking about all these things coming and everything. You're glad you didn't take the Lockheed Martin job. Is that, let me see something, because I got a thing about the Lockheed Martin job. But I thought, hold on. Okay, let's see what this says. According to military.com, F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program saw record production, big hurdles in 2019. Lockheed Martin Corp says it delivered 134 F-35 Joint Strike Firefighters worldwide in 2019, surpassing its 131 goal. The milestone marks a 47% of 2018 and nearly 200% production. Lockheed delivers. And they're talking about expanding. So I guess if you're looking for a job, they are hiring. Why am I awake? Well, I'm always awake, it seems like. There's so much news coming out, though, you know? And I had to give you guys the headlines, you know? And when you got breaking news of the U.S. citizens being ordered to leave out of Iraq. I've got to bring it to you guys. I told you this. As soon as it breaks, I report it. And it broke, and I've reported it. I think. Yeah. Couldn't sleep. Anyway, so, um, you know, as to good morning, Mama Sherry, how are you? And I am a trooper. It's like 3:39. It's 3:25, 3:26 here. That's what it is. You was gonna ask the same thing? Well, I mean, I think the fact that they're evacuating all U.S. citizens out of Iraq is a pretty big thing. And of course, I've always said that when there's breaking news, I will bring it to you if I'm able to anyway, the good Lord willing. And so I definitely wanted to bring that to you guys, as well as the little update that it's not really an update because it's the same thing, but it says it's an update. Don't you just love the updates that say nothing different? But anyway, so basically they're just saying the same stuff. Stay out of Mexico. Do not go to Mexico. They are carjacking. They are using explosives. They are using high-powered rifles. So stay out of Mexico. And there's the water boil in Pennsylvania. So if anyone is in the Limerick area of Pennsylvania, please make sure you are not using. Yes, I do. I sleep some. I do. But I believe that all of this was rather important, especially after hearing Will's video. I have been searching and searching, trying to get confirmation. Hello, Guns and Water. How are you? You're in Conchai, Pennsylvania. You're not under that water boil, I don't believe. It just said Limerick. Can we still go to Taco Bell? I don't know. I think they're closed at 1 o'clock. Some places have 24-hour Taco Bells, maybe. I don't know. You have family in Pennsylvania? Yeah, well, if you have any that live in Limerick, make sure they know they're on a water boil. I'm sure they do. They're usually pretty good about it. But I don't know, because we had a water boil just in not too long ago, and we didn't even know it until we went to the store and saw it on the door. So go figure. I would say that people might know, but sometimes they're not so good about getting that information out. But it is what it is. But again, the situation in Laredo is, I guess, still not under control. They're still urging Americans not to go into Mexico unless you want to get carjacked or shot at or blown up. I would stay clear of there. And they are urging, well, they have ordered, they didn't urge, they ordered United States citizens to leave Iraq. And so, and they said via airlines, and if they can't get out via airlines, they've told them to go to, where was it? The Kyrgyzstan's embassy. Stay out of Laredo. Yeah, stay out of Laredo, that's for sure. We don't want to go to Laredo. No, no indeed. It's the later part you're worried about. I hear you. And, well, I love y'all, and I want y'all to have as much information as possible as soon as it's released, because a lot of people are not reporting this. Like my mom was like, she first got the breaking tweet on Twitter, because we all have that. It's a breaking news live app or something. I don't know, but we both are, you know, have it on our Twitter. And she says, I can't find it anywhere else. And it took me a minute to find it again, but definitely there's been an order. And there's been a couple of more since I've been on. I've seen 5 different breaking news come out on my breaking news app on my iPad, talking about the order for the U.S. citizens to leave Iraq. Crazy stuff, guys. Crazy, crazy. Um, yeah, CNN is now reporting on it. They're saying live updates. They're saying the same thing, that Trump ordered the U.S. strike, and they're urging U.S. citizens to depart Iraq immediately. Um, the French government has also warned its citizens to stay away from the gatherings in Iran. A statement on the French embassy's website on Friday advised them to stay prudent and discreet. It also recommends people do not take pictures in public spaces. And China calls for the U.S. to show restraint, according to this. Rouhani vows retaliation for the strike. And that is what's going on. It says, what is the U.S. logic to strike? And, you know, everyone is going to try to come out and condemn him, but they forget our U.S. embassy was just, America is sick of taking care of these. Yeah. I mean, we were just struck. I mean, come on. The U.S. embassy, and you cannot go and attack a U.S. embassy and think that you're going to get away with it. I mean, give me a break. And then prior to that, they killed the American contractor. I mean, these people think that they can just shoot our the Americans and shoot our embassies up and get away with it. You never wanted to go to Mexico or Iraq. You can't drink the water in one and they cut Christians' heads in the other. I hear you. Well, I will say, I've had the pleasure of going to Mexico, and it was pretty cool. I really had a good time. My baby it was his 16th birthday, and he's 30, he's 29, almost 30, and that's how long ago it's been. But we really had a good time, and he really enjoyed himself, and that was the main thing. Let me just make sure there's nothing else to break here. But yeah. So. Da-da-da. And I would definitely be careful. There's that water boil in Limerick, Pennsylvania. And just and for those that missed it, I do have a thing. It says Iran's top military commander, Qasem Soleimani, assassinated in the U.S. airstrike. And all Donald Trump did was tweet a flag. But we've heard from Adam Schiff. We've heard from all of them, you know, lovely Democratic people. Trust in the Lord. That's it. Is the North Korea will attack with Iran and Russia all at once. I don't know. To my knowledge, I think that's what Will is concerned about is Russia, because that's what he said. He said something about Russia said that if we touched Iran, that, you know, basically Russia drew a red line telling us that we couldn't touch Iran. So, and then we did this. So maybe, you know, who knows? But I think it would be a big deal if his video is correct and the U.S. officials are underground or at another undisclosed location. Same flag Q had posted. I've given up on the Q thing because I'm tired of trusting the plan. Just saying. They keep saying trust the plan. I want people arrested. You know. Kind of tired. Iran can't stand on their own. They don't have the firepower. They would have to have help. Yeah, that's true. But they did just have those joint drills with China and Russia, and they made a big to do about it. So who knows? And this is right, before all of this stuff happened. You just monitor it. I hear you. I used to be big into Q. I really did. But when I'm seeing no results from all of the things, I just, it's kind of frustrating. So if anything ever happens, then I'll say, okay, I might have faith in it again. But as of right now, I just kind of have really kind of got disinterested in Q because nothing's happened yet. God's plan is the only plan. That's it. And He will take care of us. He sure will. Excuse me, guys. But for those that are just joining, U.S. citizens have been ordered to leave Iraq via airline or ground if they have to. I think it was and they were told not to go to the embassy in Iraq. The consulate general in Erbil, Iraqi Kurdistan would be open for appointments, but not the one in Baghdad. Oh, wow. No, I'm not having issues with my phone. Well, the issues I was having earlier. I was freaking out because we didn't have Wi-Fi and my card wasn't working and had my money and I thought that I thought they had to hit the servers and I was thinking I wasn't going to be able to access my money and I will tell you I was freaking out. I was not a happy camper. I was spazzing there, guys. Not with the shutting down, just buffering. Griggs is a NASA contractor, very smart. Has a channel. He warned us of a power grid being attacked. And that's possible. Like I said, I was without Wi-Fi for a while earlier. And about the same time, but I did call and find out that it was supposed to be routine maintenance. Ha ha ha. So much for that. But no, I have not been having phone issues. My issues were brief and everything is quiet here, I'm just been trying to confirm Will's news. If I could confirm his news, I might could go to bed. It's a new phone, never had anything like this happen. Yeah, your internet went out for a bit too. Yeah, and like I did share the outage, the down detector outage map, and it is definitely still looks about the same, but it looks like half the East Coast. It looks like Washington D.C. is in a complete blackout though. I'm not saying maybe phone service, but or electricity, but they're probably not having any. They're probably having a lot of Wi-Fi issues because as dark orange as that was. I believe the Q thing is kind of a propaganda movement. You're hiding something. Yeah, Ernest, I agree with you there. I don't know. There for a while, I kind of thought that, they were onto something, but it just seems like it's always trust the plan, and nothing ever happens. So I'm tired of trusting the plan. That's, but that is the big news right now is that the citizens have been ordered to leave. And I'll see if there's anything else on Fox. But they're so big about It says the Trump military is on guard after attack that killed the New York and Los Angeles are increasing security after the U.S. airstrikes, top Iranian officials say, according to Fox. Yeah, it says New York, Los Angeles increased security after the U.S. airstrike kills top Iranian general. New York Mayor Bill de Blasio said late Thursday, gosh, I'm stuck on Tuesday, said that he'd spoken with top New York department officials about the immediate steps that the department could take to protect key areas in the city from potential retaliatory attack by Iranian and after the U.S.-led airstrike that killed a top Iranian general. We will be vigilant against the threat for a long time to come, Blasio said. The Pentagon confirmed that President Trump ordered the airstrike that killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, which we know this, at direction of the president. De Blasio made his earlier statement, without the approval of Congress, the U.S. government effectively declared war on Iran tonight. Blasio tweeted, the American people had no say in the matter despite voting time, and again, to stop endless wars and to bring our troops home. This one will not end soon. The Los Angeles Police Department issued a statement after the attack saying they are monitoring the events in Iran. We will continue to communicate with state, local, federal, and international law enforcement partners regarding any significant intel that may develop, the department wrote on Twitter. And, you know, I have an issue with that. Did you find anything we discussed earlier? No, I did not. I have been searching, scan. I cannot find anything to confirm that. I really can't. I have looked and looked and looked and looked, and I have. I mean, although it's possible. The way that they scrub stuff and take stuff down, I don't know, but I find it rather strange that all Donald Trump tweeted was a flag. Just saying. I mean, just a little weird. But again, Bill de Blasio wants to say that the American people, that we declared war without the approval of Congress. The U.S. government effectively declared war on Iran tonight. And tweeted that the American people had no say in the matter. Well, I'm sorry, but I believe we did have a say in the matter, because the person that we put into the presidency spoke on our behalf, and Congress has done anything but speak on my behalf with their unconstitutional sham of an impeachment. Yeah, no, they don't want to hear from me on this matter, because I will tell them in a heartbeat that their unconstitutional sham is ridiculous, and that the president, anybody, you cannot just let anyone attack our U.S. embassies. I mean, I don't want war, by no means, but I'm not going to say that it's okay for them to shoot at our embassies and to tear them down and burn them up and kill Americans and shout death to Americans and act like savage rabbit dogs. And then we're just going to be okay with it, and we're going to go about our business, and then kill American contractors, and we're just going to be okay with it. No, it ain't going to happen. Yeah, I mean, and everyone wants to blame Trump for everything, but I have that Trump did not put us over there. Yeah, and we did not consent to them not backing our president. Exactly. I mean, Trump didn't put us in the Middle East. Okay, that was all George W. Bush's doing. And when Trump did want to pull out our troops out of Saudi Arabia, we had the higher bees and Lindsey Graham, all of them rushing over there to tell our president that, oh, we've got to protect the oil. We've got to have that oil. We've got to protect that oil. We got to keep it from the bad guys, And so then Trump comes back and says, okay, well, we're going to send what was it, 250 people, I think it was, to protect the oil. I mean, but he was all in for pulling troops out. But every time he does something, they come back and it's not, no, we can't do that. We have to leave them there. Yeah, no more Benghazi. And he took care of that. He made sure that there was not another Benghazi. That is for sure. And I applaud the president and anybody else that wants to come and attack my president. I will stand toe to toe with them because it's ridiculous. I am not for war by no means. I don't want anybody to be at war. I wish we had world peace. But because you put our men over there, George W. Bush, this is to you, because you put our men over there and you guys want to continue to run things, and you've made it to where we can't pull our guys out anytime soon. We have to defend Americans. It's that pure and simple. And we cannot allow them to destroy American people or American property. And we do not consent. That's it, Ernest. We do not consent to what they're doing. But I stand by, I understand why he did what he did. And I stand behind my president. I don't know how many of you do, but I stand behind my president. When the State of the Union addresses, never mind. Who did, are you talking about that show, The Designated Survivor? Or are you asking, did they actually do that? I have no clue. We can talk about that on Mic'd Out Wednesday. Okay. Okay, we'll talk about that on Mic'd Out Wednesday. We have a few days before then, though. If you have an issue with him, talk to him. Don't bash him in the media or internet. What are you talking about, Scan? I'm trying to figure out what Scan's talking about. Who are we bashing? Or who am I bashing? I'm talking about those fools in Washington. Yeah, no, I haven't seen it. If they have issues with, oh yeah, most definitely. If they have issues with our president, most definitely. They're retarded people. I mean, and of course this is all going to be, all his fault. The Democrats have already come out and show of disdain for what our president has done. Okay, good night, Matten. Have a blessed night. Have a blessed night, honey. But I am still looking for more proof. And if you come across it, I hope you share it with me, Scan. Yeah, but yeah. So, like I said, Los Angeles and New York is stepping up. I will keep that article because who knows? I'm trying to see. Okay. This here is an article from Sean Hannity off of Fox News. And it says, Fox News, Sean Hannity called his own TV program Thursday to discuss the significance of the U.S. airstrike that killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps elite Quds force and the other military officials at Baghdad International Airport. This was a response to the Iranian aggression against us. This was Iranian strategy, Iranian money, Iranian proxies that put American lives in jeopardy. And the president very quickly acted. Hannity told guest host Jason Chaffetz, I've been able to confirm tonight our military, our State Department, and our president Everybody is on high alert. Every option is, I was told, on the table, and that American interest in Iraq and the region will be protected. Soleimani is the military mastermind whom Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has deemed equally as dangerous as the ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, who killed himself in October during a U.S. raid on the compound. Taking out the top general is right up there, in my view, with taking out Baghdadi, in terms of importance of stopping Iranian aggression inside of Iraq, said Hannity, who went to praise the president and all those involved in the airstrike. I will say the big headlines is this huge victory for the American intelligence, a huge victory for our military, a huge victory for the State Department, and a huge victory in total leadership by the president. Hannity said it is the opposite of what happened in Benghazi. And again, like you said earlier, no, this is not another Benghazi. I am going to check one other place real quick. I really, really would like to confirm that stuff, Scan. I mean, I'm still looking, guys. I really am. I mean, it just bites, you know, to hear. Has anyone heard if, I haven't seen or heard anything yet, but I'm going to look to see, has Putin come out and said anything? Because that's who I think will. Yes, ma'am, I'm live. There was a report just put out that the United States citizens that are in Iraq were ordered to leave. And preferably by plane if they could get out. But if they couldn't, yeah, I'm checking all the, you know, everybody else has come out and spoke, you know, China's condemned it, you know, obviously telling us we needed to show restraints. Other people have come out. They do have that in real life. Huh, I did not know that they had that in real life. Yep, Gloria, you know, whenever there's something breaking, especially as big as that, I have to come live, girl. You know this. According to the, I've got a U.S. Democrats warn of major escalation after the Iranian General Soleimani assassination. I'm still looking for something from Putin and something to confirm the other. Yeah, and then here the Guardian just gave out 2 minutes ago, just put out their update on the Iran crisis, and that the U.S. Embassy urges citizens to leave Iraq. It says the U.S. strike on Baghdad airport, violation of Iraqi sovereignty. They're trying to say that was 8 minutes ago. It says analysts are saying that Iraq could pay a price for the U.S. strike on the Iranian commander. Yeah, guys, I'm not seeing no. There was a Sudanese military plane that crashed. Well, we know the Israelis are happy about this, guys. There's an article here for that. Okay, so I did find a article. This here is from the English Alarabia, and I will have to update this because this is not in my Wixit site yet, but it will be when this is over with. Our oil prices are raising, so look for gas prices to go up too. We will be at the gas station to get to fill up first thing in the morning. The store, I don't think it opens till 5 or 6, and we will be there to get, yeah, I would definitely recommend if anybody can, if you can go and top off and get some gas, it probably would soar. And what doesn't make sense though, Scan, even saying that, we have our own oil, we have our own reserve. And it just kills me why they go ahead and jack up the gas prices when, it's, yeah, in cash too. Yeah, most definitely, because if what the possibilities that everything that could happen, with any kind of EMP, you just don't ever know. You just have to plan ahead. And yes, and I was told to get cash. I did get cash, and that was not one of my top priorities at the time. But it should definitely be, if you can, I would get as much cash as you can get out. Be prepared and not scared. That's exactly right. You'd rather be prepared and not need it than need it and not have it. And you filled up earlier? Yeah, well, hindsight's 2020. We didn't go anywhere today. We did yesterday, but we went this morning, but the gas station, and you cannot get it until tomorrow. I hear you, Gloria. I hear you. That would it's crazy. It says the U.S. killing of Iranian commander will increase tensions, Moscow. Moscow warned Friday that the U.S. killing of the top Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani in Iraq would boost tensions across the Middle East. The killing of Soleimani was an adventurous, steep step that will increase tensions throughout the region. News agencies RIA Novosti and the TAS quoted the foreign ministry as saying, Soleimani served the cause of protecting Iran's national interest and with devotion. We express our sincere condolences to the Iranian people. Russia and Iran are key allies in the Middle East, with the militaries of both countries backing President Bashar al-Assad's regime in Syria. Moscow is one of the world powers that negotiated the landmark Iran nuclear deal with Washington that withdrew from it in 2018, leading to a surge in tensions. Konstantin Khrushchev, the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Russian Parliament's upper house, said Soleimani's killing was a mistake that would hit back at Washington. Retaliatory strikes will certainly follow, he said in a post on his Facebook page, adding that Israel was likely also worried. He said the killing marked the end of any chance to salvage the nuclear deal. The last hopes of resolving the Iranian nuclear problem have been bombed, he wrote. Yep. France to work for the Middle East stability after the U.S. airstrike. Let's see. And of course, there was China urges calm and restraint after U.S. kills Iran general. China on Friday appealed for restraints from all sides, especially the United States, after Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Commander Qasem Soleimani was killed in the U.S. strike. China has always opposed the use of force in the international relations, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Jin Shangyi said. China and Russia are also parties in the 2015 nuclear deal with Iran, from which Trump withdrew in May last year. And it says U.S. officials celebrate Baghdad strike while critics warn of war. The U.S. Killing of two key Iraqi and Iranian militia leaders was appalled by the many U.S. officials and commentators on Friday, but opposition Democrats and analysts warned that the action could trigger a major conflict in the Middle East with unforeseen consequences. The head of Iran's elite Quds forces, General Qasem Soleimani, and Abu Mahdi al-Mahdi's, the deputy commander of Iran-backed militias known as the Popular Mobilization Units, were killed in a U.S. bombing at Baghdad airport overnight. U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo shared a video on Twitter of Iraqis allegedly dancing in the streets in celebration. The Pentagon confirmed the strikes killed 8 people, including Soleimani and al-Mahdi's. Iranian proxy. Just looking for more to see if there's anything else, guys. Um, Apparently, ISIS claims an attack on a Russian police that killed one officer. But that's so far what I got, guys. Crazy stuff. Let's see. Have you checked Twitter for videos? It's daytime in Iraq. No, I haven't, but I will. Trump has poop on his shoes now. He's been drawn in. He's drawn us in. Well, Gloria, I mean, on this one, I stand with Trump on this. I'm sorry, but you cannot attack the United States Embassy and think that we're not going to retaliate. I mean, that's just, you can't just allow people to attack you. That's bullying. And you got to stand up to bullies. As well as, not to mention, they killed a American contractor. And I firmly stand with Trump. He did not put us over there. And that's what a lot of people, tend to forget. He didn't put us over there in the first place, okay? But obviously, we're in that region, so we have to protect our interest. And American people are our interest, for sure. And, I mean, I really feel bad for those people for the Americans that are there, or the United States citizens that are there that have to try to leave on such short notice. I mean, that's got to be a pain. And then trying to get a flight and hope and pray that, nothing happens to them between there and the airport. Did Iran attack us? Or was it the Iranian support group that attacked the embassy? It was Iranians. I mean, it doesn't matter if it was whatever. The way that they went in and did it, they attacked us. They struck first. He inherited the war in Iraq when he took office. Exactly. That's exactly it, Scan. He did. Was checking China news. They're saying this was equivalent of Iran assassinating Bolton or Esper. Terrorist. Do I know terrorist? No, I don't know any terrorist. Exactly, Scan. Yeah, no, I don't know any terrorist. But I'm just saying that you cannot go attack the United States Embassy and don't think that there's going to be consequences. And for them to get past the green zone, they had to have lots of help. But now, no, was it Iranian supporter terrorist? Was it Iranian supported terrorist? It was Iranian, oh goodness sakes. Gonna make me go look at my article here, guys. Let me. Protests by Iranian-backed militia members and their supporters. Iranian-trained Al-Shahid al-Shaibi military network. It was a military network, is what it says. Also known as the Popular Mobilization Forces. That is who they're saying. And here's a picture on USA Today, and I'll share, I'll put this in the, and that is a picture of our U.S. Embassy. No, no, they said they're military. I mean, there was, I'm sure, supporters, but they also said Iranian trained Ashid al Shabi military network. So it was one of their military networks as well. So it was Iranian army. It says what I just said. It says the photos shown a burned and charred reception area that smashed windows and vandalized rooms left behind by supporters and members of the Iranian trained Hashahid al Shabi military network. So it was their Iranian trained military network by Hashi Abi, whoever he is. So it could have been a paid group of activists doing protests. No, it says that it was trained Hashid Shabi's military network. So that tells me it was a military terrorist. I guess you could, if you want to call them military terrorists, that's what I mean. But it says military network. And then of course they had to have a lot of cooperation by a lot of people to get through the green zone. You don't just get in that easy, if that makes any sense. Like that. They should have been able to anyway. Anyway, I will put this also in there. I didn't have this one. I was just looking for a quick article and I clicked on this one. But it is pretty bad. Now, who killed the American contractor? I don't know. And Al Jazeera is still live. If anybody wants to watch Al Jazeera, they are still live. It says and this is from the New York Times. It says a rocket attack on Friday on an Iraqi military base killed an American civilian contractor and wounded several United States military service members and Iraqi personnel, according to the American Military Command in Baghdad. The names of the Americans were withheld, and there were few details of the attack at the K-1 military base at Kirkuk available late Friday. The base is run by Iraqi military, but it houses United States and partner military forces with the trained Iraqi security forces. And it says that American forces in Iraq have been threatened by both Iranian-backed militias and the remnants of the Islamic State. But so far there hasn't been. But that was the last thing that I saw, the latest one anyway. Watch out for sleep. Yeah, we've talked. We mentioned that earlier, and yeah, that is a deep concern, especially. I believe my mom said that Omar, one of them from Minnesota, has actually told the Islamic regime there in Minnesota to attack. Now, whether or not she actually did that, I don't know, but I can't believe that my mom would have said that without any kind of proof. What? Okay, I will. Just a second. Okay, give me a minute.
No, come on now.
Okay, I'm live. I will.
No, come on. Right now. Close it right now.
Okay.
Go.
Um,
Go.
Okay.
Going now.
Omar should not be in Congress. None of them should. I'm sorry, but I mean, I just. Is it Omar that married her brother? I know one of them has married their brother, and that's immigration fraud. You want to go to sleep? I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Yeah. And so, you commit immigration fraud and yet you're still in Congress. But anybody else commit because you're only because you are a Democrat. If she was a Republican, she would have already been impeached or sitting in jail or whatever, deported. Yeah. She's ready to go to sleep and she wants me to come to bed. She's ready. She's ready. She's ready. She is. She is. She is ready. So, anyway, a lot of stuff happening. Again, guys, the biggest thing though that I have is the yeah, that's what I thought, Gloria, was that Omar did. It's kind of hard to keep up with every news article, but and to keep it all in order as to who did what sometimes, especially given as much as nope, she did not go to sleep in the car, Scan. No, we was hoping. High hopes, but no cigar. Yeah, no. And so I'm assuming because they have this 3 day of mourning that they're big on over there, probably in 3 days there'll be something happen. I don't think anything's gonna happen like right away, but in about 3 days we'll know.
Yeah, come to bed now. Wait now. Come to bed now.
Okay, I will. Give me just a second.
Wait now.
Yeah. No, well, she will, but she wants me to be in bed with her. She's one of those peculiar kids.
No, I want to talk to this phone.
Okay. Where's the other phone? Go get it. And we'll talk it.
And you don't talk to me. But you talk to me too long, and you need to talk to me with this song. This song.
Okay, I will. 17 watching 6 up. Yay! It looks like there we go. It's climbing, guys. It's climbing. Thank you, Ernest. Thank you, Ernest. I wasn't even paying attention. She is a hot mess, though. Let me tell you, hot mess. We've been partying hardy for Rachel's birthday, and now Rachel's birthday is officially over with, and so everybody needs to go bed. But oh mercy, and school won't start till Monday, but they'll get back on their schedule hopefully, and if not, it will be melatonin party. Melatonin. I hope I said that right. But yeah, just all this stuff going on. Like I said, I always try to make sure that I keep you guys up to date, and with so much coming out, and I'm sure tomorrow when everybody does really get up and going, there probably will be lots to report. But again, given the fact that I have had so many internet issues, because it was a good couple of hours that I was without internet. I don't know how long you were without internet, Scan, but just given the situation and the fact that Marf, I think he was having internet issues, and that's how come applesauce and Benadryl. Nah, I don't do Benadryl. Only unless they need it. And that's not something I would do. But anyway, so unless they were having an allergy. Yeah, Marv couldn't go live because he didn't have internet. And so melatonin, yeah.
Got it.
Our okay. Hold on.
I'm gonna do the house phone.
Okay, so, hold on. Oh, you gotta charge it for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so charge it for a minute, and then you can do it. I'll let it charge for a minute. Here. If you go get Papa's phone, we can maybe, I don't know. You might not be able to do it on this phone. I don't know. Here. Uh-oh.
Mom?
There you go. Looky here. I think Aiden's got games on there. See what he's got. You know how to operate that, guys. If the constituents of Omar break out in an attack, she would be arrested. Well, yeah, I would hope so, Gloria. But I mean, I don't know. But I do. That's what my mother had reported, and my mom usually doesn't tell me stuff unless she's seen it in the new. And she's seen it in a tweet, I'm sure. You know, but who knows if there's any kind of. Let me see. Just. See if I can find an article. There's a tweet out saying that the Republican Guard is waiting on orders. Who is the Republican Guard, Scan? Working on a new song. Ah, that's awesome, Gloria.
I can't get it out.
Yeah, I have a lot of allergies too, Ernest. Oh, you're the Iranian Republic Guards. Ah. So they're waiting on orders. Well, they're not going to do anything. Like I said, they have that okay. So, here is an article, and I will put this in the what do you call it? It says anti-Muslim activities in the United States. An overview. Across the United States, mosques are vandalized, local government officials denounce. Islam and the state legislators debate. Anti-Muslim laws. Such anti-Muslim activities have increased markedly since the late 2015. The project documents that the increase of cataloging 763 separate incidences from 2012 to the present. It is the most comprehensive and up-to-date source. See. Well, the two maps provide a visual quantitative representatives of anti-Muslim activities per capita. That doesn't tell me anything. Representative Ilhar Omar overheard 9/11 comments. Here's what we want to know. And of course, here she says that she spoke at a Muslim community about their resilience and that their rights to live a full life like all Americans, saying that while the attack was a tragic nightmare, it wasn't surprising. And she's talking about 9/11. I'll have to see if my mom has something that she can give me a reference to. She's the one that told me that she said that, so I have no clue. She was horrible about 9/11. She was. She was extremely horrible, hateful, very hateful. And of course, Biden is putting his 2 cents in. And who really cares what Biden says or thinks? I'm sorry, but I don't. I think he's creepy by Joden and like and I wouldn't care if he was the Republican on the ticket. I would not vote for creepy Joe Biden. Iran is not a country to do anything up front. They will do stuff but deny it was them. Exactly. Exactly. Just like they've been working on all that
No, no, no. You brought me something right now.
Yeah. But Iran was working on the
Can I go back to
what do you call it? Nuclear, when they said they wasn't. And we know that they was. I mean, come on. Here you go. Yep, she is my co-anchor. She's a hot mess is what she is.
I'm so mad. I can see what I want.
No, you can't.
I can't sit on your lap.
Yeah, no, not right now because I'm live.
I can't do it. I can't.
Okay, what do you want? You want emojis? Here, let's color an emoji.
Yeah. I want this.
This one?
So I'm crying.
Okay,
I'm going to see
there it comes. Girlfriend. Out for your delight. Crazy child. There you go, Avery. Okay, so now she'll be happy. This little one is just so easily, let's see. Uh-oh.
Huh?
It failed, Avery. I don't know why. She is silly and sweet and everything nice. Here, hold on. Hey, there, you didn't even color the Snow White.
I don't want to.
Mm. Numbers go up asking young girl, how old are you, honey? Talk to me before we leave. Oh, yeah. He told 15-year-olds to step to the back of the room. Biden did. Hold on. I have to see if it's turned on. Here's this one, Avery. There. Yeah, it's turned on, sweetheart. Oh, I don't know. It says air. It might not have no ink in it. Papa might have to fix the ink. Go tell him to come here. Fix it. I don't know how to do it. Haha. Okay. See you later, Brandy. Did anyone of y'all get to go on Twitter to watch Marv. Was he on Twitter tonight? I did not know he was on Twitter. I know he was having issues. I saw that on Twitter. But no, I didn't get to see him live on Twitter. I did see his comment. Okay. Well, we know all U.S. military bases are on high alert. According to live breaking news, Iranian military calls on the U.S. to withdraw troops from the Middle East or risk the death of U.S. troops. So clearly there'll be more attacks. Ilmar tweeted this about 6 hours. So what if Trump wants war, knows this, leads to war, and needs the distraction? Real question is, will those of the congressional authority step in and stop him? I know I will. Oh, whatever. She's on my last nerve. I just watched a couple of guys sobbing. um, yeah, I'm not seeing anything else from him. Who asked that? Ryan, wasn't it? Good morning, Clarissa. I'm not seeing a Clarissa, but I might have missed something there. So we will pull our troops out and replace the bombs. I hate war. No, it doesn't say that. It just, I mean, they're saying that we need to leave. Can't, it doesn't, I don't think we'll bow down to them, but who knows what we'll do. But hey, if that gets our troops home, I'm all for it. But I don't think we'll back down. What was that noise, Avery? Yeah, Al-Madin says Iran is waiting, military awaits orders. It says, breaking dictator, supreme leader of the Iran's Islamic regime, Ali Khamenei, is fearful of his life, and he is now personally leading meeting of Supreme National Security Council. He is scared to be assassinated in the way Qasem Soleimani was killed in Baghdad last night. Trying to see, I don't see anything else, guys. There's a picture of a Reaper drone. That was pretty cool. At the direction of the U.S. president, military has taken decisive defensive action. That was 7 hours ago. I think that was before he was. Okay. A premiere for those who believe the killing the #1 leader of Iran sanctioned terror was a bad thing. This is Iran vows harsh retaliation after U.S. airstrikes kill Iranian general, whatever. But it didn't. The overnight attack occurred. Yada, yada, yada. Somalia was a long-running leader. We know that. Well, that's it. It wasn't no 4-page. And according to this, the bottom line, it says General Soleimani of the Iranian Republican Guard was planning other attacks against the U.S. targets, responsible for 600 U.S. military and civilian deaths, and he partnered with multiple terror groups, deemed a high asset target since 2007. Oh, wow. OAN has a hard document that proves how deeply involved Joe Hunter and Biden both are in Iranian corruption. She has some kind of document, or they did anyway. I don't know if y'all watch OANN or not. Oh, this on my mind. Are y'all usually on this site? Well, it just depends. If Marf's on, we are. But we're not. I'm not usually on this late. No. I mean, there's been a couple of times that I've been, but I'm whenever there's breaking news, you've got to bring it, and there's breaking news, and so, I have to talk about it. I have to let everybody be aware of what's going on, because clearly they're not reporting everything. And unless you're searching for the news, sometimes you don't even find it. It's hard to come up. I mean, I was looking for the situation that happened there in. I had one article, and I was trying to verify the zero hedge situation with Laredo, and it took me a long time to get any other information about that situation. And I think that that's another volatile situation that we need to keep our eyes on, is the situation that is there. I don't know if Scan is still on, but I wonder if if you are Scan, did you ever get a hold of your friend in Laredo? The last that I heard, my mother had not had any contact. I think she said for like 4 or 5 hours. And it does just depend on no, you didn't. Yeah, and see, we haven't, so several people have contacts in Laredo, Texas, and they have not been able to get in touch with them. If anybody knows anybody in Laredo, Texas, or close to Laredo, if there's any way you guys could let us know if everyone in that area is okay, or, let us know. We've heard from people in Dallas, and we've heard from people in Austin, but that's still a considerable amount of distance between that and Laredo, Texas. I mean, it takes forever to get to Laredo. Okay, so I will give you an update. All right, we are going to go to the update. Okay, U.S. citizens are ordered to leave Iraq after the airstrikes kill Iranian general. It comes just as the top Iranian general, Qasem Soleimani, was killed in the U.S. airstrike in the capital, causing a prominent Iraqi cleric to call an anti-U.S. army to arms. Soleimani's assassination was ordered by President Donald Trump. In a statement that the embassy said today, due to the heightened tensions in Iraq and the region, the U.S. Embassy urges American citizens to heed the January 2020 travel advisory and depart Iraq immediately. U.S. citizens should depart via airline while possible, and failing that, to other countries via land. The statement also added that the U.S. citizens should not approach the embassy, while the consulate general in Erbil, Iraqi Kurdistan, would be open for appointments. After Soleimani's death, the clerk Muqtada al-Sadr tweeted, "I, as the official of the Iraqi National Resistance, have given an order to the readiness of the Mujahideen especially the Imam Mahdi army, and the promise today, the brigade, and whoever commands our order from the national discipline factions to be fully prepared to protect Iraq. The Mahdi army was Iraq's largest Shiite militia until its disbanding in 2008. Today's graffiti reading "Death to America" could be seen painted on the ground in Baghdad. Iran's supreme leader Al Khamenei has already warned that harsh retaliation is waiting for the U.S. after the airstrike at the Baghdad airport. He described Soleimani, who was Iran's second in command, as the international face of resistance and declared 3 days of public mourning for the general. Iran has also summoned the Swiss charges d'affaires, who represent the U.S. interest in Tehran, to protest the killing. The country's state television called Trump's order to kill Soleimani the biggest miscalculation by the U.S. since the Second World War. Over the last 2 decades, Soleimani had assembled a network of a powerful and heavily armed allies stretching all the way to the southern Lebanon on Israel's doorstep. The Defense Department said it killed the general because he was actively developing plans to attack American diplomats and service members in Iraq and throughout the region. It also accused Soleimani of approving the orchestrated violent protest at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad earlier this week. Trump, who is currently holidaying on his estate in Palm Beach, Florida, sent out a tweet of an American flag after the airstrike. And let's see. And we also have, there was a boil water alert issued for thousands of people in Pennsylvania. A boil water alert has been issued for thousands of people in Limerick Township, Pennsylvania. The Pottstown Mercury reports. The alert was issued for most of the customers under the Limerick, Pennsylvania American Water Company Roseford system, but does not affect anyone in Roseford. The alert covers most of the Limerick Township, impacting over 4,600 people. It was after Pennsylvania American Water experienced a drop in positive water pressure due to the monitoring system malfunction. Officials say that because of that, there is an increased chance that the water might contain a disease-causing organisms. Bring all water to a boiling boil. Let it boil for 1 minute and cool before using, or use bottled water. You should use boiled or bottled water for drinking, making ice, washing dishes, brushing teeth, and food preparation until further notice, according to the statement issued by the company. Potable water tanks are being used and being made available at several locations in the township. And let's see. New York and Los Angeles have increased security after the U.S. airstrike kills top Iranian general. The New York Mayor Bill de Blasio said late Thursday that he'd spoken with the top NYPD officials about the immediate steps that the department could take to protect key areas in the city from a potential retaliatory attack by Iranian after the U.S.-led airstrike that killed a top Iranian. And then the Los Angeles Police Department issued a statement after the attack saying that they are monitoring the events in Iran. And Sean Hannity put out a statement earlier, just saying that it was a big victory for America, basically is what he was saying. Okay, supposedly we will have to, this was updated 5 minutes ago. This is a new article. It says Russia, China, France criticized the U.S. strike that killed Iran's Soleimani. It says the Times of Israel is live blogging Friday events as they unfold. Iran's names new Quds Force chief after Soleimani killed. Brig General Ismail Ghani has been named the next commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Expeditionary Quds Force by the Iranian Supreme Leader Al Khamenei, following the killing of its previous leader Qasem Soleimani. Iranian media reports Ghani served as the deputy commander of the unit until Soleimani's death in the U.S. strike overnight. Bennett top defense officials and security. The UK ups security in the Mideast bases, urges calm after Soleimani's killing. Britain has increased the security throughout its bases in the Middle East due to the U.S. airstrike that killed top Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani. Sky News report. Foreign Minister Dominic Raab called for the calm, saying London has always recognized the aggressive threat posed by Soleimani and his Quad force, and adding, following his death, we urge all parties to de-escalate. Further conflict is none of our interest. Iraq's top Shaikh clerk says U.S. Iraq strike wanton attack. Iraq's top Shiite clerk, the Ayatollah Ali Sistani, condemns a deadly U.S. strike that killed the top Iranian and Iraqi commanders as a wanton attack of the country. In his weekly sermon delivered by his representatives in the Shiite holy city of Karbala, Sistani says the raid amounted to a blatant violation of Iraqi sovereignty. Following the prayers, hundreds of male worshippers began chanting "No to America." It says Iraqi parliament set for an urgent session tomorrow. Iraq's deputy parliament speaker says an emergency parliament session is set for tomorrow to discuss the U.S. airstrike in Baghdad that killed Iran's top military command and Iraq officials. Hassan al-Kabi says it's time to put an end to the U.S. recklessness and arrogance, adding that Saturday's session will be dedicated to taking decisive decisions that put an end to the U.S. presence inside Iraq. Outgoing Prime Minister Adel Abdul Mahdi has called for the emergency session, saying that the U.S. presence in Iraq is limited to training forces to fight terrorism. He has described the attack that killed General Qasem Soleimani and the Iraqi officials a violation of the conditions of the U.S. troops' presence. Hold on. I got something breaking here. I'm trying to see what it is. According to, let's see. Oh, that is not it. I don't know why it gives you a different article. Sometimes I hate breaking news apps, guys. Nerve-wracking. All right. Rouhani calls Soleimani's killing by the U.S. a heinous crime. Netanyahu is cutting short Greece visit due to the Soleimani killing. He's decided to cut his short visit to Greece in light of the U.S. killing of Iran's Quds force leader. Well, that would probably be smart. The U.S. killing of Iranian general will increase tensions with Moscow. Moscow warns that the U.S. killing of top Iranian commander in Iraq will boost tensions across the Middle East. And of course, I've already read that one. France says the world's more dangerous after U.S. killing of Iranian general. The U.S. killing of top Iranian military commander has made the world more dangerous. France, Europe's minister, says calling for efforts to de-escalate the deepening conflict in the Middle East. We have woken up to more dangerous world, Amelia Di Monticello tells RTL Radio, saying President Emmanuel Macron will consult soon with the players in the region. In such operations, when we can see an escalation is underway, what we want above all is stability and de-escalation, Monticello says. All of France's efforts in all parts of the world aim to ensure that we are creating the conditions for peace, or at least the stability, she adds. Our role is not to take sides, but to talk with everyone. U.S. killing of Iranian general risks dangerous escalation, Pelosi. I don't like Pelosi, so I tend not to want to read her things, guys. Anyway, so then we had, which I already read, that the Moscow warned the U.S. that the U.S. killing of the top commander with Iraq would boost tensions in the Middle East. So Moscow's saying that we've, you know, and then that's it. I think I got everything. Um, hold on, let's see. Um, and of course, there was the police issue the security alert after the gun battle in Laredo. Um, okay, let me check them out. Oh my gosh. Okay. It says if you have a mobile phone, how to track the president. If you have a mobile phone, it's every move is logged and tracked by dozens of companies. No one is beyond the reach of this constant digital surveillance, not even the president of the United States. That's kind of scary to think that though. The Times Privacy Project obtained a database with more than 50 billion locations pings from the phones of more than 12 million people in the country. It was a random sample from 2016. A single dot appeared on the screen representing the precise location of someone in the President Trump's entourage at 7:10 a.m. It lingered around the grounds of the President's Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach, where the President was staying for about an hour. Then it was on the move. The dot traveled to a Trump National Club. There it was. Okay. He was back at Mar-a-Lago. Had what he called a working dinner. Wow. So basically, they're trying to tell you how privacy is crucial from this article here, guys. For sure, for sure. I'm going to share this, and it's a lot to read. I'm going to share, it's pretty cool though. I will share this in the description though. Let's, in the Wixit site. See if was that the only one? Was it just one, or is there several different ones scanned? It's true. Thanks, military has best. I also sent you a current stuff in an email. Well, I'm in my email. Oh no, I was in messages. There we are. Okay. Oh wow. Alrighty. Israel braces for Iran's retaliation after Soleimani assassination. Jerusalem, Reuters, Israel's defense minister summoned the country's military and security chiefs of Tel Aviv on Friday in the wake of the U.S. airstrike that killed senior Iranian Quds Force commander Qasem Soleimani. As an Iranian official vowed revenge, the government of America's closest ally in the Middle East gave no immediate public response to the death of Soleimani and the Iraqi militia commander Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis in the Baghdad. But Israel's army radio said that the military had gone on a heightened alert amid fears that Iran could strike through its regional allies, such as Tehran-backed Lebanese movement Hezbollah, to the north, or through Palestine militant group Hamas and the Islamic Jihad in Gaza. They will wait for the right moment to expect revenge, perhaps by firing into Israeli territory through Shiite militias in Syria, and perhaps even from Gaza. Ron Ben Yashai, commentator for Israeli news outlet Ynet, wrote on its website. In Gaza, Hamas, which has long enjoyed financial and military support from Tehran, condemned Soleimani's killing and sent its dearest condolences to Iran, with Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visiting Greece Defense Minister Naftali Bennett, called senior commanders together on Friday morning for a situational assessment, ministry officials said. And that's the highlight of that. And again, I will put these in the thing from Pompeo. I did earlier, I gave when I was in one of those articles, sweetie. I have to find the article that I was in that talked about Pompeo. And he just, he said it was a, basically he was condoning, and he agreed with the attack. Okay, Ryan, thank you, and God bless you, bud. Good night, Clarissa. Oh, you guys call Ryan Clarissa? Or is that Clarissa? Oh, yeah, she's using her husband's. Yep. Good night, Clarissa. And I've been calling him Ryan for a good minute, and it's Clarissa, I forgot. It's where, when you think about it, the day before that happened, the Iran said U.S. no longer top dog, and it happened after 4,000 troops to the Middle East. Yeah. I'm out of chocolate biscuits. Oh no, Brandy. You're having a crisis for sure. Let me see. And then we have, yeah, we already talked about that. That's kind of the same. The one article was kind of the same. It just talked about him cutting his trip short. What top Iran commander Qasem Soleimani's killing means for India. Tensions between the United States and Iran have entered uncharted territory following the killing of Commander Soleimani in the U.S. drone strike in Iraq, with experts fearing the incident could trigger a conflict between the two sides. Soleimani rose steadily through the ranks of the Iranian military until he was named in 2002 the head of Al-Quds Force, the most elite unit in the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Force. Soleimani is considered very close to the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, and under his watch, Al-Quds Force has been linked to killing and assassinating attempts in countries ranging Syria and Lebanon to Germany and even India, following a bomb attack in Israeli diplomat's vehicle in the Indian capital in February of 2012. Delhi police had also come to the conclusion that the suspect involved in the unsuccessful bombing were members of the IRGC. Media reports said that the time the attack happened, the same time the other attacks linked to the IRGC, Bangkok, Thailand, and Tabriz and Georgia. The Al-Hashid al-Shabi is an umbrella group of the Iran-controlled militias in Iraq, announced on Twitter that the Soleimani was killed along with its leader Abu Mahdi al-Maduni's. Iran's state-run media said the strike was carried out at a Baghdad airport. Responding to the attack, Iran's foreign minister Javad Zarif tweeted the U.S. act of international terrorism targeting and assassinating General Soleimani, the most effective force fighting Daesh. Al-Nursh al-Qaeda et al. Is extremely dangerous and foolish escalation. The U.S. bears responsibility for all consequences of its rogue adventurism. The Pentagon, in a statement, said Soleimani was killed at the direction of the president in a decisive defensive action to protect U.S. personnel aboard. The strike was retaliation for the attack on the U.S. embassy in Baghdad, which was carried out by Iran-backed militias. The U.S. statement further said Soleimani was actively developing plans to attack American diplomats and service members in Iraq and throughout the region. It also accused Soleimani and Al-Quds Force, which along with the IRGC was designated by the U.S. terrorist organizations in April of 2019, of being responsible for the deaths of hundreds of Americans and coalition personnel. He had orchestrated attacks on coalition bases in Iraq over the last several months, including the December 27th, culminating in the death of the wounding of additional American and Iraqi personnel. General Soleimani also approved the attacks on the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad that took place this week, that statement said. The tensions between the U.S. and Iran have spiraled since the Washington imposed the strict sanctions on Iranian oil exports last year, forcing major imports such as India, China, and Japan to cut purchases to zero. Tensions had spiked after several attacks on oil tankers in the Persian Gulf last year, which the U.S. and its allies had blamed on Iran. The Al-Quds force and organizations linked to it have been associated with Tehran efforts to influence developments in countries such as Yemen, Iraq, and Syria through unconventional warfare. Former CIA Director David Petraeus once recounted a story at a think tank event that demonstrated Soleimani's influence while leading the U.S. campaign in Iraq in 2008. Petraeus received a text message from Soleimani that was conveyed by a senior Iraqi leader, General Petraeus, who should know that Qasem Soleimani control the policy for Iran with respect to Iraq, Lebanon, Gaza, and the Afghanistan. And indeed, the ambassador in Baghdad is a Quds force member. The individual who's going to replace him is a Quad force member. Soleimani's death could be a major tipping point given its proximity to Iran's supreme leader, the Al-Quds force. Along the rest of the IRGC reports to Khamenei, and some considered Soleimani to be more powerful than Iran's president in matters of foreign policy. And I think that was all there was one other one, but it was the middle one scan was basically the same one as the first one. It just talked about Netanyahu cutting his trip short. Hey, able-body, how are you? More than a tipping point, exactly. Yep. And in case you haven't heard yet, our subject is the Americans that are in Iraq have been ordered to come home. Yeah, we've covered that, Lillian, about the China Silk Road. I mean, I even have quite a, let's see, I think it's on my About page or somewhere over there. I actually have a couple of things put together. I'll get a great stream. I will be looking on the Mexico firefight. Yeah, I am definitely, like I said, I am really trying to keep my eyes on that. Let me see real quick, and I'm going to tell you where to look, or see if I can pull up the thing and share it real quick with you, Lillian, because I did a really good report that talked a whole lot about the China Silk Road. Let me find it though. I think it is in my community. No. About videos. I think it's in my community and I can only access it from here. My gosh. Let me access it so that I can share it. The things you have to go through to give you, oh, you are so welcome, able-bodied. Hey, Doug, how are you, honey? $2.19 a gallon just filled up after picking up hubby. Can you only imagine how much it's going to cost later today? Oh yeah, Mama Sherry, I can only imagine. It's going to skyrocket. So again, I am going to encourage everyone right now, if you can, go fuel up. I mean, I'm sure it's going to, it'll, go up. I don't know how high it's going to go up. But just because it happened, you know that it's going to rise. It just always does. And the sad part about the entire thing is that we have our own reserve, guys. So, what is the big deal? Can we not tap into our own oil over here? It makes absolutely positively no sense why they do what they do. To me, it just does not make any sense. But I think it's to my community. Okay. All right. See if I can. Copy. Okay. And here you go. Here is Lillian. Here is a really good video that I did a while back, in fact, that talks about the China Silk Road and Russia, and it really kind of pieces a lot of stuff together. Gas is already going up at 20 cents per gallon. Really? In Florida? Seriously? Wow, that's crazy. Correction, only those American leaders that own oil companies want it all. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Don, how are you? That is a hefty price increase. And the sad thing is we have our own reserve. So why do they continuously do this mess to us? It doesn't make any sense, guys. Not at all. Not to me, anyway. Yeah. Yeah, most definitely. And I encourage everyone to go fill up because, I mean, 20 cents per gallon is a lot, you know, and that's just what it's gone up right now. But I'm sure it'll probably go up continuously for the next couple of days, just because that's how they do it. It's crazy. We export our oil and import. You know, it doesn't make any sense. I don't, it would take a really long time for us to run out of gas, but I hope he doesn't, Mama. I'm telling you, I hope he won't. It won't run it. Yeah, no, I don't think we'll run out either. Before all this happens, there is news on YouTube that the alternative media that Israel planes were in the sky for what reason, still not knowing, but interesting. Well, I know that because of the situation that they said that Netanyahu has cut his trip short. That price increase went up last night. And with my job, I work with a lot of gas stations, and they're expecting another 20 cents increase this evening. Yeah, see, that's going to be 40 cents. That's why I said, okay, guys, so did you guys just catch what Don Brogard, I hope I said your name right, Brogard says? He says that his gas went up last night 20 cents, and he is in the gassing industry in Florida, and he says they're all also expecting another 20-cent increase. So that'll be 40 cents, a 40-cent increase in just 2 days. So we definitely need to get out and fuel up for sure. I mean, it is crazy. It's the refineries that would be the problem. If something happens to the refineries, then we might be in trouble. And that is true too. And that is very true. Is diesel going up too? You know? And the sad part is diesel is so cheap to make, but they charge you an arm and leg for diesel. Yeah, I don't, Don, I hope you can hear Doug. And did diesel go up as well, or just gas? I've not seen any significant increase in diesel, only in gasoline. Okay, that's good to know. For those that have diesel, though, I don't have diesel, so it's not something that I could help. Some big news out of Virginia coming out. Lots of the news trickling out about boots on the ground. To what extent, still don't know, but something to watch out for. Yeah, I had shared a video this morning from American Joe, and he says that they have been he's got people, I guess, surveilling, and I don't think that they've spotted any. I don't think it said that they've spotted any UN boots, but they have definitely spotted Antifa and MS-13 and Black Lives Matters people there. So, and my concern is you know, everybody is going to be there for the March, I think, on January 20th. But I found out today, and I don't know how many of you know this, but there's also a NRA rally that's going to be on the 13th, I believe. Let me see. NRA rally, Virginia. Now, I'm not seeing anything on it, but I heard, did anyone else hear that there was going to be a rally in January in Virginia, an NRA? I did hear it. I just don't remember where I heard it from. Yes, okay. Here it is. Defend freedom. But this was last year, it says. So I don't know if maybe somebody, no, it is January. Okay. So this is what it says, and this is from the NRA ILA. It says guns ban and gun rationing confiscation. It's all on the table. When the new bought and paid for majority of the Virginia General Assembly fast tracks their anti-gun agenda in January, they will gladly cast your right of self-defense aside as they tried to check off every gun control scheme on Michael Bloomberg's wish list. The first begins on January 13th during the first hearing of the Senate Courts of Justice Committee, and we must hold tyranny in check. While it's important for Virginia gun owners to make their voices heard at all times, it's critical on the first day. The pace of this season will be like none we have ever seen in recent history. Rating even 1 week to visit the Capitol, whether on your own or at an organized event, will be too late. It is time to stand with your fellow NRA members and urge the committee to block the Bloomberg Northam gun ban. Together we will defend our freedom on January 13th, 2020 at 8 a.m. at the Virginia State Capitol at 1000 Bank Street, Richmond, Virginia. The NRA staff will be on site with giveaways, including an emergency airdrop from MacPol. Be on the lookout for postcards and emails with the legislative updates and upcoming town hall events to defend the right for our rights. We trust that when we called upon, the NRA members will show up. Bloomberg and Northam, why we are the most formidable political force in history. Stay tuned, get active, let's stand and fight.
Let's talk now. That phone is charged now. I've been downstairs a lot.
Okay.
I didn't go down. I have the house phone and you have a phone.
Here you go.
Thanks.
Okay, it's calling me. Okay, so, and I don't think that many people are talking about that. Because I haven't heard anything about it. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about it at all. I don't know if anybody else has heard anything about it, but yeah, there's going to be a meeting there. Oh no. Okay. Anyway, so there's a meeting or a rally for the NRA. Iran General killed NRA rally on the 13th in Tony. Tony, can anyone fill me in? Okay, we were just talking, I was just, we were discussing all the stuff that's going on with Virginia and all the gun-free and gun confiscations a little bit, but I had brought up that I had heard, and I had found an article that does confirm this, that there is a NRA rally on January 13th. And I don't know how many people plan on being at that rally. Tifa in Virginia sightings a lot of internet cafes as well as other entities. Very strange. Yeah, well, the Antifa, I believe everyone knows that Tim Kaine, the governor there, his son is an Antifa. And so I'm sure everybody, at least I think everybody would know that they're going to be Antifa there. But according to American Joe, there is also Black Lives Matter and MS-13. And that's not good. And that is not good at all. So it is that we got that going on, and then we also have the V whatever it is. What is it? The VCL, the VDCL rally on the 20th. And then you got the situation that is going on in Laredo, Texas, where they're having, the cartel fight it out in streets. There was a U.S. Embassy stay and shelter warning that was put out there. There's also been the United States citizens over there in Laredo have been warned not to go over there because they are carjacking, using explosives and things of that nature. And then we bring up your current to the U.S. Embassy is not the U.S. Embassy. Well, the U.S. Embassy in Iraq called for all U.S. citizens to leave Iraq. They don't want, yeah, they're not wanting to bring long guns, but everything else is fine. That's right. That's your robe. It's my jammies. It's my jammies. It's not a robe. But it is my jammies. Give it back. Colorado's trying to do much worse gun confiscation laws going into back July 15th. Okay, I did, sweetheart. Gloria, that was an old video. That was done in 2013, but for whatever reason, it did resurface just recently. I think the person that shared that was on December 26th. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, and I did play a piece of that though, Gloria. I did play a piece of that on the show earlier today. Yeah, I did. I played it. I played the part where he calls them out basically for the Chicago gun laws, how strict they are, how they're just trying to take away, how they lie. I did play a couple of those spots earlier tonight when I brought the first story out of the killing. New York has the UN. Yeah, and New York is hiring until February. New York is hiring until February 8th people for disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration. Anyway, you can just have to go to work. I hear you. I wear my PJs anywhere. I did talk matters and comments yesterday. He was during Katrina. He knows he has great advice. So do you know if the state implemented those gun laws in Colorado? I don't know. I think they did. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I know that they have red flag laws. I'm positive of that. I wish JR was here because he lives in Colorado, and he can tell you what they actually did and what they didn't do. But he did make a very valid point whenever it's 3 a.m. You got to go back to bed. Okay, Tony. Thank you. I appreciate you. But yeah, I think they did. You've been up all night. Yeah. There's too much going on, guys. I mean, it's kind of crazy, worried about the people getting out of Iraq right now. You're sleeping according to your friends. I hear you. But just all the people that have to get out. I just hope they all get out safely. In fact, I encourage everyone to pray for those people so that they can everyone can get home okay. Um, it's horrible, the situation that we have going on. That is for sure. Guns and Gadgets channel is great info on 2A. It is mind-blowing info. It is. It truly is. Yep. Yep, babe. I got it. Well, let's not forget the first time elected. Yeah. Stood the American people to honor the Constitution. Yep. Right. Okay. I hear you. The UN and actively hiring for. Yeah. And that's it. I mean, the thing that kills me the most was, I don't know if everyone saw the little piece that I shot the other day, but if you go and you look at the UN right now, they had a big pink banner that goes across the screen that says they have a cash crisis. And you know, I have blonde moments, okay? And no offense to anybody that's blonde, but I was thinking that they were talking about there was a cash crisis in general, because the way it reads, it says, due to the cash crisis, they are no longer open on the weekends. Well, they have funding issues is what it is, and they can't stay open on the weekends because, of course, of the funding issues. But yet they are going to hire all these people for this disarmament. How can you afford to hire if you can't keep your doors open? That's what I want to know. Yeah. Okay. So Lillian says the red flag supposedly did go into effect in Colorado. And that's what I thought as well. Like I said, there is 17 states that I know of that have red flag laws. And I believe Colorado is one of them. Yeah. What?
Hey, Nana.
What, Lovey? Can you not hear me? If you get over here, it'll be echo. Yeah, I can hear you.
Turn it up. I can't hear it.
Oh, okay. I'm turned it up. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. I am. I can hear you. I've got a very important phone call that I'm on right now, guys. And her name is Avery. She likes talking on the phone.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here, honey.
I can hear you.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Da, da, da.
I
Let's
can
see.
hear you from. Hello.
Okay, so it says, la, da, da. Or so, let's see. Oregon, Washington, Maryland, Vermont, and Colorado.
Hello, Nana.
Florida, it says, let's see, orders issued under red flag laws are also called wristband gun removal laws, are known by several names, including extreme risk protection orders in Oregon, Washington, Maryland, Vermont, and Colorado. Risk protection orders in Florida, gun violence restraining orders in California, risk in Connecticut, and proceedings for the seizures of retention of firearm in Indiana. As of 2019, 17 states and the District of Columbia have passed some of these red flag laws. And those are the ones. Now, there are some that are proposed in pending legislatures. It says other state legislators are considering similar legislations in the 2019 red flag bills that are considering them are Ohio, which I believe Ohio did pass. So I think there's probably even more. Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina, Nebraska, and Kentucky. It says Arizona has a red flag bill previously died. North Carolina's since 2018 red flag bill introduced had been defeated. Ohio announced that he wanted Ohio's Republican-controlled legislation to pass a red flag law. 2 months later, however, they retreated from their proposal. But that was in 2018. I think that since then they have passed. It says Virginia, of course, we know what's going on now, so. But that's who all has the red flag laws. And I think that the red flag laws have just as much, if not importance in lieu of all of the stuff going on. And I know that these things will be abused if given the chance in the wrong hands, if that makes any sense. They can use the red flags against gun-toting protesters. Yep, they sure, and they did in Oregon, Gloria. They sure did. They, if I'm not mistaken, let me see. Um, um, it says, okay, so this was August. This is from Politico. It says at least 13 arrested at the Portland White Ring rally counter protest, and they seized metal poles, bear spray, and other weapons Saturday, and hundreds of far-right protesters and anti-fascist counter demonstrators swarmed downtown Portland, Oregon. I want to say that I heard that someone, I just can't remember the gentleman's name, had they tried to take his guns, but he came out and apologized, so I think he got them back. If that were to happen, my brother just said there would be some major lawsuits. No, he didn't sign. He talked about it whenever the situations, when all those shootings happened in Texas. He and the ones in Ohio, and everybody was calling for him to step out and say something, and so he said that he would, but no, he hasn't able. Exactly. There would be a lot of exes. There would be a lot of people that that hate you. I mean, it'd just be crazy. Most of the problem is mental illness. They used to take a personal, right, 72 hours, and see, they automatically. I don't know if you guys ever heard of the Baker's Act, and the Baker's Act is sort of. I think that's how you say it. The Baker's Act is sort of like the same thing as where it comes to the red flag laws. They can enact it if they think you're a danger to yourself, and they just take you away. And I don't understand. I mean, I'm not going to say that I agree with that, but I think that that's a better approach to take you, to have you go be checked out to see if you are, unstable or mentally unsound, or a hazard, a harm to you or yourself, others, instead of just coming in and taking guns. Now, I'm not going to say that I'm for that, but that to me is a better scenario than what they're trying to push right now, I think. It can never be changed. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now, okay. It's not supposed to be. Okay, let's go. Okay, the Bill of Rights and the amendments are the supreme law of the land, and they are not to be changed. And we will just go and look at our Second Amendment, and I will tell you exactly what it says word for word. I have my little pocket Constitution. courtesy of Chase the Patriot. If you guys don't know who Chase the Patriot is, he is another awesome YouTuber that puts out great content. Amendment 2 says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed on. And it shall not, exactly, Broken Patriot, it shall not be infringed on. And you can look at it, Amendment 2, I don't know if you guys can see that all that well or not, but my whole thing is it goes straight to Amendment 3. There's not an A, B, C, or D up underneath that amendment where it says you shall not be infringed on. It doesn't say if we go and have background checks. It doesn't say if we do this, this, or that. We don't have to do anything. It's against, and this is supposed to be the supreme law of the land. It supersedes anything else. But yet they have, in my opinion, have completely and utterly destroyed this. And the evidence is what they did to Trump. What they did to our poor president with this impeachment sham is evidence that there is no Constitution. I have a plead the second decal on your truck. Aha, that's pretty cool. Okay, Colleen. We have all prisons and state on lockdown. There were 3 prisons that had riots resulting in. Oh my goodness sakes, Marley. Let me see if I can get an article for that, honey. That's crazy. What are they doing in Mississippi, honey? Wow. That's some crazy stuff, girl. Okay. According to Channel 3 WREG, Mississippi inmate killed during a prison fight amid a lockdown. Parchman, Mississippi, a Mississippi inmate died and several others were injured in a fight Tuesday among prisoners at the state penitentiary at Parchman, just days after a separate inmate's killing led to an ongoing lockdown of dozens of the correction facilities statewide. The fight broke out at around 9 p.m. in one unit and soon spread to others around the facility, Sunflower County coroner Heather Burton told news outlets. She was called to the scene after midnight where she found an inmate who had suffered multiple stab wounds, she said. Sunflower County Sheriff James Haywood also confirmed the fight to the news outlet. It's the second fatality at a Mississippi prison this week. The Department of Corrections announced Tuesday that prisons across the state were placed under lockdown following a major disturbance Sunday at the South Mississippi Correctional Institution in Greene County. One inmate was killed and two others were hurt during the conflict. The inmate was identified as Terrence Dobbins. An autopsy is being performed to determine the 40-year-old's cause of death, corrections officials said. The statewide lockdown remained in place as of Thursday. Earlier Tuesday, the Department of Corrections Commissioner Pelica Hall announced her resignation to take a job in the private sector. That is insane, Marley. Oh my goodness. Hawaii red flags now active. Yeah, wow. Oh yes, Hawaii too. People want to interpret the second. They want to say it refers to militia. Okay, so let's do like Venezuela and have a national militia. They have 3 million. There you go, Brandy. Yeah, let everybody sign up for the militia. Yeah. Because it mentions the militia. Hubby took her out. That's awesome. If the Democrats ever get in control, we can kiss our... Yeah. Oh, most definitely. I think that, Colleen, I think that they have already demonstrated, clearly, with this beautiful move that they have displayed in Virginia, exactly where the Democrats' heads are, in Illinois and I want to say North Carolina for some reason. I might be wrong about that. They already have the Equality Act enacted there. And Virginia is also talking about establishing the Equality Act as well, which is a travesty. And if you guys have forgotten what the Equality Act is about, it's about allowing they're just opening up the bathrooms for everybody. It's a free for all at all government institutions, schools, everything. There will be no more privacy in the restrooms. Kiss your privacy goodbye. Now, if you remember history in the Hurricane Katrina, firearms were taken without permission. Yeah, and that's exactly it, and that's and that's been documented, and that's what everyone says. Oh, well, the National Guard and the Army, they won't do that to American citizens. Well, they already did it to American citizens, and so it's just it's sad, and I had wanted to check out because, of course, there's been so much talk about what's going on in Virginia and how they have plans of all these blockades and roadblocks and everything between Tennessee and Virginia and Kentucky and Virginia. And I actually know a Tennessee state trooper. I'm not going to give out his name, but I will tell you that as of right now, there has not been any order given to the Tennessee State Police in retrospect that he knows of to blockades of any sort to keep people from leaving or coming to Virginia anytime soon. He has no knowledge of it, and he is a Marine that fought in Desert Storm, and he also says that he said good luck to we're, quote, the government, good luck with that, is what he said. I did a heavy research on Trump pulling out on the UN weapon treaty pullout. The fine print says by not signing it allows the UN troops to take our guns on our soil. Much info, devil in the details. Yes, and it's disgusting. It's despicable. It's underhanded and dirty. If I have to fight my way into Virginia, if you'll have to fight your way into Virginia. I hear you. You're not gonna. I mean, I think that a lot of it is propaganda, disinfo to get people all thinking that this is gonna happen and that's gonna happen. And I'm not gonna say that there might not be a time that they're not going to have the UN in here and do this, but I don't think that they're going to do it right now. Well, Colleen, my mom has as well. I mean, on a serious note, my mom has as well. She's called and she screamed at Pelosi. Oh my goodness sake, she's cussed her out. It's a miracle they haven't come knocking on the door for my mom. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. But to me, the mere fact that the NRA is going to have a march on the 13th, and there's not really a whole lot being made to do about that. And I'm just kind of curious, why not? I'll make them red. Oh, mercy, not me. And I have written, now I will tell you, I have written Trump many of letters. I have written him many letters online. I have written him many letters, personal written letters that I have sent him. And I will tell you, in all honesty, I have gotten a couple of letters back on the email, and I've gotten one letter back in the mail from him. And all he says is that he'll do what he can constitutionally. He's sticking to the Constitution. They might not be sticking to the Constitution, but the president continues to say he's going to do what he can constitutionally. I don't have any contacts in Kentucky. I don't know anyone in Kentucky. I know people in Tennessee. I know people in Delaware. I've got contacts in Delaware, but I haven't heard anything from them at all. So, and yeah, they are in New York already, and they are hiring people. And to my knowledge, they've already been taking guns. I mean, kind of crazy stuff. But doesn't the UN policies trump the Constitution? Well, yeah, I know. Okay. It only does because Obama, lovely Obama, signed that executive order. And I can't think of, I want to say it's 13603. It is. I'm not sure. I'll have to check. I've done so many videos on it. You would think that I know it off the top of my head, but that that presidential executive order that he signed gives the UN the right to come in as soon as chaos ensues. And the key word that they want is belligerent. They will name you belligerent. And I can see I'm getting very pixelated. They don't like me talking about that. So we will have to change the subject. You met your congressman, staff members? Yeah. And I have written letters. I mean, I say everyone needs to call their senators. They need to talk to the governor if they have to. They need to be calling and getting on to these people. News out there on YouTube, T-Man might pull out of the UN altogether. That is what we've been hearing, and we heard that. I want to say we heard that when he was running at the rallies that he was going to try and pull us out of the UN, but he hasn't done it yet. And I think that every time he does something, Congress goes around and tries to put a stop to anything and everything he's done. Everyone says you're belligerent. Yeah, no, you ain't belligerent. Oh, okay. In the Adirondacks, Chicago wanted to bring them in. Trump. But what happened in the 40s? Yeah, now I do know this, guys, that that they really had already attempted to allow the UN to come in this place. They did this back in the 50s, I think. I think it was 56, if I'm not mistaken, or 51. They allowed the UN to come in and set up shop in a couple of towns, and it didn't go so well. And we, the people, stood up and they left. So, and in all honesty, if you look in the Wixit site, guys, if you take a chance and you gander at the stuff that I have in there, I have those PDFs in there from the Plan 7277, which since 1961 is that publication. They have implemented this disarmament. It's been their plan for a very long time. And so I guess every so often they think that they're going to try to implement it. I guess. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense. And then if you take that Plan 7277 and you tag it with Bill HR 1111, which the Congress introduced into the House. I don't think that bill has passed the last I checked, but they have introduced that bill. With that bill, that is also that's the disarmament. That's the peace building bill, and that's what it's named. I mean, you've treated to 20 million babies a year. Yep. People call me a conspiracy theorist. I've been saying for years that they have left. You always are hearing saying democracy. Yeah, and it kills me. I'm with you, Lillian. It kills me anytime I hear someone call this a democracy. A democracy is what every country around the world has, is a democracy. It is a communist regime. A republic is what we were supposed to have. But clearly, we don't have a republic anymore. And that is according, I mean, you know, I think it was Benjamin Franklin said it best, we have a republic if we can keep it. And I could be wrong. Kumo is the devil's brother. For life, you should write to the members of the Supreme Court. UN website said May 2218, big speech celebrating disarmament. First thing you see on the UN site. Yeah, most definitely. Able-bodied. There's a lot of information that, I mean, who would have thought, just go straight to the horse, you know? I love it when you can get more facts from the horse than you can, you know, media. Nobody's reporting on this. And why is nobody reporting on this? Because they don't want it out there. Oh my goodness sakes, not me. That's horrible. We are the last holdout, and we are. And you got to look at it this way. If there's so much in the balance right now that it's not even funny. And all I can do is, if there was ever a time to stand up for America, the time is now. And God is watching. Yes, He is. You get it from the horse's mouth. Yeah, that's the best place to get it from, is the horse's mouth. And when you have the horse talking like the UN is talking, there's no other reason not to take it from them. You know, they're putting it out there. They're giving us the information. We just have to look for it. I mean, I really believe that they tell us everything that they're going to do to us before they do it. We're just so passive that we just allow everything to happen. It makes you wonder why T-Man has not given a statement on the UN website. And then, yeah, we'll see that. And the mere fact that he hasn't said anything about the situation in Virginia. That's the one thing that has me puzzled, why he hasn't stood up and said anything. Yeah, well, I know FEMA actually has, I haven't checked FEMA lately. I'll take a look at them real quick. I haven't checked them lately, but I do know that they are hiring, transportation people. Now, why all of a sudden they need to hire a lot of transportation people is beyond me. And I did see able-bodied that, Israeli Live, he did a video and he said that someone he knows has a junkyard, and he's been getting a FEMA check from them for a little while now, so that he can house lots of vehicles at one time. So it kind of led him to believe there was going to be an EMP strike. FEMA trans hiring. Yeah, and most people do. Just wondering if they will. Well, people need to, I mean, and that is, and you saw that one too, and that's crazy that he's been getting a check for so long so he can keep vehicles if and when the need arises. Don't you just wish you had some extra property to get some free money? But I mean, my goodness sakes, it's crazy. Yeah, and he should say something. That's the thing that just frustrates me too. I know that he's got a lot going on, especially with all of this stuff. Okay, holiday travel trips. Okay. Wow, it looks like they're hiring everywhere. That's an old post though. I don't see a recent post, able-body for FEMA. I did go to their site and I didn't see anything. Let me go back. They have a lot of information here, guys. But like the flag tweet. Check out the human domain group. Human domain group. Okay. Let me see. I'm not seeing it. Look, I'm at FEMA.gov. I'll show you. I don't see it. I see a lot of stuff, but I don't see that. There is news and a movement in Texas and Arizona. Any news you hear about that? Okay, what chatter that you're hearing about Texas and Arizona? I'm curious. I know right now there's a situation down in Laredo, but junior deputies on the trains. I printed it out. Got to find it. Okay. Oh, I'm sure there is, but I just am not seeing it right now. Building resilient communities podcast. We are FEMA. Public. We'll click on We Are FEMA. Core values. Doing business with FEMA. No, thank you. I particularly don't want to do business with FEMA. You're in Arizona and you haven't heard anything. Yeah. I mean, I'm not quite sure what chatter you're talking about, Lillian, about Texas and Arizona. Well, it should be unconstitutional, and everything that president did should be unconstitutional and null and void, because he was in my opinion, an invalid candidate to begin with. But nobody's challenging all this stuff. That's the key thing. Just like all these red flags laws, they're unconstitutional, but nobody has challenged them. Just like the freedom of speech crap that they've passed in California and New York, nobody is challenging them. And that's the whole thing. You know, people aren't challenging them, and I don't know that no one's challenging them, but if anyone is challenging them, you're not hearing about it, and it's not going anywhere. Yeah, and now to talk about that a little bit, I can tell you that, and this is where it goes, okay? Because all of these cities that are going and declaring themselves sanctuary cities, it will be null and void, because as we have the laws of the land, like the federal law supersedes state law, constitutional law. That the federal law is supposed to be constitutional law, okay? So federal laws supersede state law. State laws supersede city laws and county laws and things of that nature. So if, as a state, they pass new laws, it won't, the other things that they've already passed won't matter. So, yeah. Federal law supersedes state law, and state law supersedes city and county level laws. And so all these cities that are claiming sanctuary cities, unless the state supports it, it will mean nothing. And that is the sad part. And a lot of people don't understand that, but that is how it is broken down. You don't see why all these are sanctuary cities. Yeah. Well, because they thought that they were trying to preserve their constitutional rights. And that, I mean, you know, you do what you can. And if you get the courts to say that you declare election passed, and then you go and then you fight, the state at a Supreme Court level, And then maybe possibly they can have it overturned. The states are not going to do it. Oh, you're so welcome, able-bodied. Yeah. Yeah, and the cities aren't going to. The city, hopefully, if this does happen, oops, buffering, you're not now. I hear you. I'm not buffering over here, but I get pixelated every now and then. But the whole thing of it is if the cities and the counties get together and they take the state to court, then they should be able the Supreme Court has to enforce the constitutional law. That's why, that's why we have the Supreme Court. They're to uphold the laws. So it should get overturned. The reason Virginia is screwed is Bloomberg paid a lot of money to make it go Democrat. Well, yeah, he did. And the sad thing was there was no Republican on the ballot. And that's how come a lot of people didn't even vote. There was no Republican on the ballot. So how do we get into a position where we have no Republican running on a ticket? That's what I want to know. I mean, that is my main concern. How do we get into any state race and not have a Republican representative? I mean, that enrages me. And all I can do is tell everyone, by all means, make sure that your states have, Republican or even independent representatives. I say, I would say if we could get enough people to go independent, I would say do that. But because there's Republicans that will stab you in the back as well. But there's more Republicans than there is anything else. And you're not going to get everyone to jump on the bandwagon and go independent. We already had the Tea Party movement and it didn't really go too far. Yeah, and they are getting lax, and that's exactly it, Broken Patriot. You are exactly right. Let's not forget the Stamp Act and how that worked out. That is only 3% back in the day, and that it was 150 years of history, only 13 colonies then. Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. You need to recall the governor in need to recall their governor in Virginia. They do need to recall the governor in Virginia. They really do. But it's sad though, because I mean, I just can't imagine how they were able to not have a Republican on the ticket. That's the one thing that just, it's like, where was everybody at? Why not? And I say the Republicans should answer to this. They had to know. Labeling Sanders as anti-Semitic is one way to get them off the ticket. Yeah, that is one way. And that's it too, Broken Patriot. And that's the sad thing, that some people, no matter what, won't get out and vote except for when it's time to vote for the next president. They don't care about, Senate races, mayor, governorships, whatever, that go in between, They think that their concern is just who's in the main office. And that's sad, and that is very sad. People need to get votes each and every time, not just for, they do. There were lots of slots on your ballots and then they had no Republican, only unopposed Democrat. Yeah, and I don't understand how Creepy Joe is still hanging in there myself. I mean, personally, I don't care if he was a Republican, I would not vote for him. I'm just never in a million years would I vote for him. And the one that kills me is the MSM, they put out so much propaganda and they tell you all this crap, which is lies. You can verify that what they're spewing is nothing but a pure fat lie. And they think that if they tell you enough, the same thing, that if they repeat that lie enough, you're going to believe it. That's just like the stupid telephone crap. We saw and heard with our own eyes the conversation from that transcript. We saw it. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. But yet they continuously tried to tell you something else. And the sad part is there are people out there that believe it. It's like whatever the MSM is telling them, they believe it. They are drinking that Kool-Aid all up. And you cannot convince them otherwise. You have the facts, but yet you're labeled the conspiracy theorist. And even whenever you have hardcore facts like the OIG report, it's insane, guys. Completely insane. Let's not forget Paul Revere. He was not the only one, nor did he write alone. Amen. True that. And it's sad. And to know that our schooling system has turned into nothing but an indoctrination camp, that's even more sad. Oh, thank you, sister. Oh, you're up to 900. You'll get there, girl. Yeah, exactly, Brandy. Oh no, is it really? Refresh, Abel, because I'm not buffering over here. I have it on, because I'm live on my phone, because I'm live also on Josh Who TV, but I have it up so that I can read the comments. And I'm not buffering over here. I get pixelated sometimes, but not buffering. You had the same problem earlier. Are you okay though now with it, Michelle? Yeah, you don't see any buffering out? Yeah, I don't see any now. I get pixelated really bad, but no buffering. Yeah. I'm gonna check and see if there's any other news coming out that I need to report. We already know that Iran has vowed a vigorous revenge, according to RT. Wow. It says deuces are wild. Gold is on the path to reach $2,000 per ounce in 2020. That's crazy, guys. That is crazy. Insane. Let's see. Wow. Okay. Let's see. This here's from Sputnik News, guys, and it says Iran deploys F-14 jets to the borders after vowing to avenge General Soleimani's murder reports. Iranian Supreme Leader Al-Khamenei has pledged harsh revenge against those responsible for killing the Quad's commander, while President Rouhani similar vowed to avenge Soleimani's death. Tehran has deployed F-14 fighter jets to the country's borders in the wake of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani's murder after the military official was killed in an airstrike near Baghdad International Airport, authorities authorized by U.S. Donald Trump, Iranian state reported. Earlier in the day, the U.S. Department of Defense confirmed that the U.S. forces in Iraq had killed Major General Qasem Soleimani, the commander in the elite forces. The U.S. claimed was responsible for hundreds of Americans and also accused the general of orchestrating attacks on the coalition bases in Iraq. Wow. They're bringing out their fighting jets, guys. Now, this here comes from Sputnik, and it also says the MPs urged to adopt a law to expel foreign troops from Iraq after the U.S. kills Iranian general. Earlier in the day, Iraq-Shia Popular Mobilization Forces, the PMF, said that 5 members of the militia, as well as 2 guests, had been killed by a rocket fire near Baghdad International Airport. Commander in the Quad Force of Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Major General Qasim, was killed by the rocket fire near Baghdad. The United States carried out Friday strikes on 2 Iranian-linked targets. Earlier in the day, the source security services said that several people had been killed. Iraq-Shia Popular Mobilization Forces said its senior official in charge of public relations, Mohammed Jabir, had been killed. The situation in Iraq has escalated. No kidding. Well, that doesn't tell me that they voted. It just says that they're urging to adopt. I hate it when you click on a story and it's not really what you thought it was going to be. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm sure. Revenge is the problem. Yeah, exactly. You live in Florida. Okay, well, this is what's going on. We have an order that all of the United States citizens have been asked to leave Iraq. The U.S. Embassy has ordered, not asked or told, but ordered all U.S. citizens to evacuate Iraq quickly, like yesterday. And then there is more also, they are still telling everyone, okay, Shannon, they still are telling everyone that they can't, they don't want them to go to Mexico over there in Laredo because of the gun battle that's in the streets. Good morning, Josh. How are you, hon? Yeah, and Iran has deployed F-14 jets to the border after vowing to avenge General Soleimani's death. Mercy, let's see, what else have I forgotten here? We have a water boil in Pennsylvania to 4,600 residents there in Limerick. You did a video about the new border wall in Yuma, Arizona. Yuma? Huh. Everyone go and check out Broken Patriots video on the new border wall there in Yuma, Arizona. That ought to be a good one. And Netanyahu says Israel stands alongside the U.S. in its struggles. And of course, everyone's coming out. Moscow has said that, obviously, that we've angered them as well, that it's not going to go well in the Middle East. Let's see. Russia's crude oil. Did America just start war in the Middle East? U.S. Congress reacts. Let's see. And they've already named their new chief over there, or general. Just looking to see if there's anything else. This is the stuff that I can confirm, but there's been American Will Patriot put out a video that's rather interesting. Good morning, Thomas. How are you, dear? Cool. I think for a couple of days there's going to be a reprieve because, of course, they are big about having 3 days of mourning over there. So that, you know, but who's to say somebody else isn't going to do something? I don't know how they all operate over there, but rather interesting to say the least. See if Fox has any pause. Okay. So, and here's the article. I don't know if Gloria is still here or not, but Iraqi is seen dancing in the street after Soleimani's killing, Pompeo says. Mike Pompeo, the U.S. Secretary of State, tweeted a video that he claims showed Iraqis taking to the streets to celebrate the death of Iranian General Qassem Soleimani. Soleimani was the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. He was killed, targeted by the U.S., ordered by President Trump. It was not immediately clear. The Pentagon said in a statement that the attack was thwarted future for Iranian attack on U.S. personnel abroad. There's that. Let's see. I had something come in. Times of India. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo says U.S. committed to de-escalation after Somalian killing, reports say. Let's see. It says Iran News Live, U.S. killing of Soleimani will light the fuse of war, Iraq Prime Minister warns. U.S. Secretary of State of Mike Pompeo has spoken to the Dominic Raab about this morning's airstrike. He tweeted, discussed with Dominic Raab the recent decision to take defensive action to eliminate Qasem Soleimani. Thankful for our allies recognizing the continued aggressive threats possessed by the Iranian Quad Force, the U.S. remains committed to de-escalation. We don't care. Rose McGowan has tweeted a message to Iran saying her country disrespected your people. I really just, it aggravates me when people go and make tweets like that to me go against our nation, because you're saying like, it's okay to kill Americans. Go over there and bomb and kill American contractors. Go over there and bomb our American embassy. It's okay to do all that. It's okay to catch it on fire and tear it down and everything else. We are okay with death chance to Americans, And I just, woosah. Woosah, guys, woosah. Anyway, I'm sorry. I get so worked up sometimes, guys. I can't help it. The rules they have are no rules. Yeah. Hello, Huckleberry Hale. How are you, darling? How are you? Yeah. Actors, that's what I say too, Brandy. That's exactly what I say. And and this is from the Evening Standard, and it says, according to Germany's defense ministry, says its soldiers have been stationed in Iraq, have been ordered not to leave their bases as tensions mount. Germany currently has 130 soldiers in the country helping to train local forces. Spokesperson Christina Rotzi said that the troops will have a restriction, no movement outside of military facilities in Tahi and Baghdad. She added that the training of Iraqi troops will continue. Germany has a long-standing warning against travel to most of Iraq. It warned the situation of the Middle East had reached a dangerous escalation point following the morning airstrike. Let's see. European Council President Charles Michel has called for an end to the cycle of violence, provocations, and retaliation in the Middle East. See, tens of thousands have gathered. Yeah. Kayleigh McEnany, press secretary for Mr. Trump's 2020 re-election campaign, has called the killing of General Soleimani the greatest foreign policy accomplishment of the decade, if not our lifetime. And of course, Twitter has erupted with World War III. And that is what I don't know if I haven't been on in a minute, but I know earlier that that's all that was going on everywhere, is that it was World War III. Yeah, and that was the Evening Standard. But I don't see anything else. And now the State Department is urging Americans to leave Iraq after a drone strike killed an Iranian commander in Baghdad. Anyway. So, wars and rumors of war. Exactly, Tony. Exactly. And that's exactly where we're at, too. Insane, but true. True. Ayatollah vows severe retaliation. Hong Kong retail sales drop. New York. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else, guys, and I'm not finding anything. I am going to see if I can find. I'm just looking to see if Will Patriot put out a video, and I have been trying to verify this information all night long, guys, and I have not been able to verify the information that he put out, but I'm still working on it. For high-ranking officials in DC. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Still not seeing anything. So, I'm going to say that I cannot prove that. The red state. I'm not seeing anything here to add to anything. I'm looking though. No news there. I cannot confirm it. I cannot confirm it. You like rumors more than war? I hear you. I do as well, but it still is not good. My lovely iced coffee in the morning. So let's see what else Fox has to put out. And also we heard about all of Mississippi jails being under lockdown. They had a couple of fights, and I believe a couple of people might have died, and you had your, not so high here, you had your iced coffee too? Yeah, I had my iced coffee. I have to have my iced coffee. Not big on hot coffee, but I do like my iced coffee. Yeah, and so far that's all that I got though, guys. I mean, I think that's pretty big news about, you know, I'm going to take Al Jazeera one more time. Pretty big news though that they have to they're told to leave, you know, so, and then Moscow, let's see what Moscow's saying. If we can get a comment from Moscow. See if there's anything out there. It says Russia halts the oil to Belarus, but transit to Europe still flowing. So, and according to the Moscow Times, Russian senator calls the U.S. killing of top Iranian general worst case scenario. Russia Senator Konstantin Koshvak has called the U.S. killing of a key Iranian commander the worst case scenario and said he believed that the Iranian retribution will not take long. The U.S. Early on Friday killed Iranian Major General Qassem Soleimani, head of the elite Quad Force and an architect of Iran's spreading military influence in the Middle East. Soleimani, who led the Foreign Army of Revolutionary Guards and played a key role in fighting in Syria and Iraq. This is very difficult news, the harbinger of new clashes between Americans and the radical Shiites, Iraq, said Senator Korsh. But I will be glad to prove wrong because wars are easier to start but very difficult to end. They consider the killing as a result of American strike. Yeah, they're not in. They haven't really responded, I think, outside that one. What?
I have your phone.
You can have my tablet.
Okay, thank you.
And it's charged completely.
I downloaded some stuff because I downloaded some Barbie stuff because.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All right. And no, and it doesn't. Yeah, and Pompeo on Twitter. Yep, exactly, guys. So anyway, that is what I have for this AM at 6 o'clock in the morning. We've been going for hours now because I came on immediately after we got the text about them telling everyone to leave.
Barbie games, please?
After they told everyone to
This kid, you gotta put the makeup on and just do everything, and I can't.
Okay, search. Okay, Barbie. There you go. She's so happy now. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, they are she's a joy, that's for sure. And she's got to have a device, and that's not good. Yeah, and it is. And I just don't see that this isn't going to escalate to something bigger. You know, I think that if they were smart, they would not try to retaliate because obviously they can see that we're just going to come back. And we don't take out small targets. Stubborn, they think they can win. The big thing, though, I think that's going to be facing us the next, I don't know, day or so. I don't know when Iraq is going to have that vote on trying to get the troops deployed. Are they going to really try to kick them out? We'll have to wait and see. It'll be a decision that I think they'll regret if they do, you know. But I know Israel's backing us, and I guess the rest of the country can, you know, whatever. Say au revoir.
Nana, I can't download this. It won't let me. I don't let you.
There you go.
Download.
It's doing it. They vow because they really want to fight Israel. Yeah, and that's what it's all about. You know, they really want to. They want to take Israel out. And that's why they continue. They want to get us out of the country so they can do that. And I think that's their big, you know. I think sometimes they they do certain things to push our buttons, to get us to react, because they shouldn't. I mean, they knew that the president would not settle for them attacking our embassy. Period. You know. So yeah, they would like to, but Israel's protected by God. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever heard anything about the 7-year war, but I definitely, or 7-day war, not 7-year war, 7-day war, 6-day war, whatever it was. I encourage you guys to check that out. I saw a documentary on that, and that was phenomenal. Just the stories that you heard about how such a small, and I do mean small country, defeated, I think 2 or 3 countries that came up against them within a 6-day period. And so, and that would only be possible if you had the Lord's hand upon you. I think miracles, and that's it. And so, and you know the saying, if you bless Israel, or if you bless Israel, you'll get blessings. But if you curse Israel, God help you. You know, it was the Lord. That's for sure, able body. That is definite. Yeah. And I'm started to get real pixelated again. I don't know if I'm pixelated on your end. I froze. I'm freezing. I guess they're not liking what I'm talking about, but now we're not. We're just talking about the 6-day war right now. Not even talking about anything else. And now I'm going to get pixelated. Go figure. And Israel is the apple of God's eye, indeed. Indeed. And see, that's crazy. And we're not talking anything.
I don't know what to do.
We can't do that one. Okay. There you go. Hey, Lisa Jones, how are you, honey? I don't know. I'm not pixelated no more, so maybe it'll calm back down. I'm not trying to be bad. I'm actually talking good stuff now, right now. We're talking about how God blessed Israel. But obviously they don't want us talking about God blessing Israel. The devil don't want to hear that. You're right. That's all what it's about. Oh, mercy. I hear you. I don't know if you've seen Will Patriot's video, but I'm still trying to confirm what is in that video, and I have not been able to confirm it at all, and that is a little concerning. Just a little concerning. Will Patriot put out a video this last night. World War III or something. You saw the video, Brandy? Okay. Have you been able to confirm it? No, you have not seen it. Am I buffering again? Imagine that. Yeah, I think this is it, honey. There you go, Lisa. It's a very short video. I think it's like 6 minutes. It's not very long at all. And well, we'll have to come up with another word for the 3. The whirly whirl 3. The whirly whirl 3. Still pixelated. I guess they don't like my, yeah, no confirmation. Me either. And I really did look. I mean, I've looked and looked till I'm almost green in looking. And and Scan was even helping me try to confirm that, and we have not been able to confirm it. 3 times. There we go. That's our new word. Able body has did it. 3 times. So if you hear me say 3 times, that you know what I'm talking about. And then hopefully everybody else will somehow have to get some kind of you know, cue card or something where I can stick up and people know that that's what I'm referencing to. When I say 3 times, it's, but yeah. And Twitter lit up with that 3 times stuff. Which I don't know, I think that there's going to be some grief over this stuff, but I don't think I just don't see us have all out World War III, 3 time, I messed up almost, guys. Slap my hands. Bad girl, bad girl. Yeah. Yep. It's been a mess. And I'm really concerned about the stuff that's going on in Laredo. There in the border, just all the stuff that's going on over there. Oh, I love you too, Michelle. I think that that's a little concerning as well, because you don't want to have that spillover from Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, over into the Laredo, Texas part. And I guess that's going to be so we have to come LT, okay? So LT is the word that I just said. LT and 3 times. We've got that, okay? That's and we still haven't heard anything from anyone down there that I know of, because Scan was supposed to let me know if her friend contacted her. It could very well be, Lisa Jones. It could very well be. Yeah, militia's in the LT, right? Uh-huh. It is, and it is unconstitutional. And I guess they just think that we're just going to continue to be passive, and we're just going to hand over all of the Constitution and just going to walk right into the reintegration centers that they have. I mean, it's disgusting to think what they've got planned. It is. But considering that they still are hiring for this, I don't know that they're ready to go all in. But we'll have to wait and see. That's all we can do. Wait and see what happens. And be prepared for anything and everything. I am curious, though, how there's not a whole lot made to do about the NRA march, but there's a lot to do about the 20th march. I'm just really, you're making some lunch? Okay, Helen. I'm just really curious about that. You're not retrainable. I hear you. I hear me either. And I'm not going to denounce my Lord and Savior. That is for sure. It isn't happening. And I think we've got like a very bad delay here. Because I'm watching, and I'm talking probably about, I don't know, a good 2, maybe 3 minute delay. I've never had that long of a delay before, guys. Not before men. I hear you. Crazy stuff, guys. It is insane. Do you live anywhere close to a LT, the Rodeo, Texas part, Josh? You're getting back ready for the day. Okay. Not me. No, not close. And you're in Okie too. Huh. I am still really bothered by that. I'm really, really, really bothered. And even though Zero Hedge reported on it initially, there hasn't been much news about it. I mean, there's been some local news about it, articles that I found after the fact, and it was after researching, and I actually had some help from Scan. She sent me some. Pixie Now, of course. That's in case you really say something, obviously. I guess they don't like what I have to say, and I'm so sorry, but I speak the truth and I report what I find. And that's all there is to it, you know? And I'm trying to deliver the news as soon as it comes out because other people aren't reporting it. Just like the, when my, when my mother saw the breaking news on the, news that they were kicking everybody out, all the Americans out of Iraq. Well, the citizens, not the military. She couldn't find anything else about it, nowhere else, and nobody was talking about it. So that's why I came live. A little over a year, there was a limousine crash in your county. 20 people died instantly. It was unbelievable, but what they found out was how the news was so controlled we couldn't get any info in our the other states in Canada could. Wow. That's crazy, Lisa. That's crazy. But that does tell you, I mean, how controlled it is. And it really is controlled. Like I said, I don't know how Zero Hedge found out this information outside of possibly he checked every single embassy every morning and sees the stuff that they're tweeting. I mean, that's about the only thing that I could think of, and that's how he's getting his leads. I guess I'm gonna have to go through and follow every embassy. I do follow Israel's embassy.
I was trying to, I clicked that and did that and then it turned gray. Why didn't it turn gray?
Oh, give me just a second. There you go. Well, it says get. It's not letting me get it. Honey, I don't know why. I have to pick another one.
Okay.
Oh. Hold on. Uh-oh. Go see if you can find another one. That's a great idea. I wrote a government several websites daily. That's why we're the truth. I know. I mean, and it's so hard sometimes to find the articles, and you don't want to just go with just anything that anyone prints because it's not always so. Just because it's on the internet or in the print, you've got to trust the news source. But it's insane. And I agree with you 100%, Cody. I agree with you 100%. You're working days now and you've been a while. Okay. Thank you, Josh. But I did say that I thought that a lot of the stuff that would say how much I was hinging a lot of the what could transpire in the VA state on if we send any more military to the Middle East. And the mere fact that we're sending 4,000 more troops or have sent 4,000 more or they're ready to be deployed, whatever it is, I think that anything now is game in the VA state. Because at first, I said it was going to be a scare tactic, because that's really what I thought it was. But I also said, when I said that, if they started deploying our guys to other parts, then we would be, then that would be the telling sign for me that more would or could possibly happen. Yeah, and that's why I said I can't understand. You've got orders from the State Department, the embassy, telling Americans to get out of Iraq, and they're not talking about it, and it just doesn't make sense. But I'm sure that you're going to hear 100 times how the Democrats have condemned Trump for his actions, and how that this is just a disgusting, another disgusting move made by our president, and that's all you're going to hear. I'm sure of it. It's sad. Yeah, evacuation of an embassy. Well, I don't know that they're evacuating the embassy. The embassy told everyone in Iraq that was U.S. citizen to leave the country. So there's going to be no more. There should be no more U.S. citizens in Iraq. Yeah, and that's it. And that's why I really did encourage everyone to check out what Will had put out, because I know a lot of times that if you don't keep the story and bookmark it, or however you keep your info, download it, upload it, whatever, sometimes if you don't keep those stories, you lose those stories. And because if it's a story they don't want talked about, they scrub it, and then it's hard to find. Yep, and I heard that part of his video too, and I agree with you. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And see, and I still don't think anyone has even mentioned the situation in uh LT, Loreto, uh Mexico. I don't want to say it because it seems to be a trigger word, but the situation with the gun battle with the cartel down there, and how they can literally hear it just across in the Rio Grande, and they're using explosives and they're carjacking and all that stuff. Yeah, they are already. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I want this. I want this one.
Okay. There you go.
It's down low.
It is. It is. Thousands of flood the streets of Tehran following Friday prayers in response to the new terror assassination. Yeah. Yep. It is. LT is Texas, and yep, it is Texas, and we're talking about. Hopefully, I'm spelling this right. And okay, the crazy Mexican, you have a blessed day, honey. Yeah. And because there's a lot still going on there, and we don't know, and no one is reporting it. And to me, that's big news. You've got a gun battle going on across the border, across the, and you can literally hear it on your side. And they're telling the embassy in the United States embassy in Mexico, there at the LM, we're going to call it the LM. At the LM, they have told everyone to stay in place, to keep an eye on the media for their updates. Well, how good would you trust on the media on that? Not I, but you know, I'm not in that situation, thank the good Lord. But it's crazy. Why would we not be hearing about this? That's my my curiosity. Why is no one really talking about this? Yeah. Well, there was, if you go and you look at the article that I put from Zero Hedge in yesterday's, I think it is in Global News, but if you look at my Wixit site from yesterday and you pull up yesterday's Global News, there is the article from Zero Hedge. It's in the article. Zero Hedge always includes, and that's what I love about Zero Hedge. He always includes everything you need to back up his stories. And there's the videos in there that were on Twitter that are not on Twitter anymore, to my knowledge. There might still be some out there, but I haven't seen any myself. And in these videos, they're taken in the LT side, not in the LM side, but in the LT side, and you can hear the gunfire supposedly. Exactly, Helen, and that's why I started talking about it as soon as I found out about it, and I'm going to continue to talk about it until I hear that the situation has been eradicated there, and that, you know, the staff at the U.S. Embassy there at LM is okay. But when you have stay in place orders, that's not a good thing. And then given this scenario that happened, and now we've got all this other mess going on, you know. So trying to scare the people in shutting down. I don't know about that, LJ, Lisa. Yeah, and it could be. And I told my mom that I kind of feel like that they're working on trying to suppress all the stuff that's going on in VA. That, you know, they don't want people to rally together, you know. They don't want you standing up. That's why you have to be so careful about what you say. Yeah, I mean, I agree about getting our troops out of the Middle East. I don't think we had any right to be there to begin with, but given the mere fact that we were already there because of prior administrations, you cannot sometimes, I mean, as badly as you want to, you just can't pull your troops out. You know, if you are there trying to continue some kind of contingent plan or whatever, you got to stay part of the course, you know, and that's hard. But in the same sense, I'm like, you know, I would have said just a heck with it and pulled all our troops out and let them just deal with their own mess. But that's not how we work. Because if we pulled out, then, you know, guess what? Then where would we lie and say all of our money's going to? We wouldn't be sending aid to these foreign countries. And then they couldn't be saying that this is where all of our, you know, most of our money's going to. Yeah. Oh, okay. You heard the CIA director warn. Where'd you get that one, and I'll look and see if I can find that story. All the money, yeah, exactly. Where did you hear that one, Shannon? Whack-a-mole. Whack-a-mole. Yeah, I thought so too, Lisa. I did. I mean, Gray Man Outdoors. So there's still gunfire going on, isn't there? Over there in the LT. You called him the Gray Man Outdoors. Yeah, like I said, and there's videos on that article too. Is he in like just living? It says reconnecting over here, but I don't, and it says I'm still live, so I don't know. Um, I'm waiting for it to catch up over here to see what it's showing over here, guys. Um, yeah, okay. Well, it says live, but on my little thing here, it says reconnecting. I mean, it's got like reconnecting, reconnecting, reconnecting. Go figure. But it says I'm live. You can see and hear me? Okay. He uploaded it 14 hours ago. Yeah. See, goodness sakes, who was it? One of Scan's families, one of Scan's family friends was live, and after he told him he had to go because he had to go check out the noise, and supposedly you could hear. She said you could hear the gunfire in the background, and so he was getting off to go check it out, and she hasn't heard from him since, and he hasn't been back. So, and that's why we're like, we don't know what's going on outside of old articles. Okay. God bless you, Lisa. We'll see you later, girl. Yeah, I'm sure I am. They don't like what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to bring the truth, though, and trying to keep everybody informed. You watched the live video, you could see the traitors. Wow. And I wish I could remember who Scan told me, and I know she's not on here anymore, who it was. Because I just can't remember to save my life. I really can't, guys. Brain dead. I've been up all night. A bloody massacre. Yeah. Let's see. See if I can find. Mm. I'm looking for a date, guys. Okay, I have. Of course, I'll put in the description. It's from 6:60 a.m. The Answer. It says police officers in LT says that a woman sustained non-life threatening injuries after being shot in the face by a stray bullet they believe was fired from the Mexican side of the border. Bray Barrett reports Laredo PD officers responded to a call Saturday night at the local hospital for a woman who appeared to have sustained a gunshot wound to the face. When officers arrived at the scene, the shooting, they found 2 additional bullet holes in the house. But I don't know how old this is. I'm gonna see if I can find anything on Brett Bear. That's probably the only place I didn't search. There's no date on that either, guys. So, and I don't like stories that don't have dates because then you don't know. Hey, Big D, how are you? Um, um, and see, I'm not finding that story over here, guys, to validate that. Unless it's an old article, like I said. Let's see. See if I can find something here. Yeah, that happened last year. But that's crazy that even though it happened last year, that you can see it's been an ongoing threat. Insane stuff, guys. And I hate it when you get stuff like that and it doesn't have an article. I mean, a date on the article. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything new, guys. Good morning, Big D. They're scrubbing videos of it. I bet. Yeah, I'm sure they are. Yeah, and that's how come you can hardly hear anyone talking about it. I mean, seriously. Well, good luck, Michelle. I hope he takes you. Tell him you deserve it. They're putting weird sub numbers on creators. Huh. That's crazy. I hadn't heard that. Yes, and I will tell you this. I had gotten an article off of DuckDuckGo, okay? And the article on DuckDuckGo that I had found, I tried to find it on Google, and I couldn't find it. I typed it 3 different ways from Sunday, and I couldn't even find the magazine or news site on there. But the article had several other articles to confirm what was in there. So it wasn't by itself, but yeah, it's crazy. I don't know if you ever watched Jennifer for Veterans or not, but she did a video about Sondland. I guess that's how you say Sondland, the embassy's guy or whatever, and it was pretty crazy, the stuff that she had on that. I mean, and if that's the case, it goes way beyond even just that. James lost his live streaming privileges. James Munder? Brandy, why? What did he do? A copyright? Who did he call? I mean, that just doesn't make sense. So now he has to upload all his videos. On his backup channel. Oh, he's on his backup channel. That's crazy. They're just trying to. Yeah, I know. That's crazy. Margaret Marfugel can't get live. I mean, like, insane. He said probably for the next 48 hours. And I had a little scare earlier tonight. My Wi-Fi went down, but I called and they said it was a routine maintenance. And so whenever it came back up and there was the breaking news about the State Department and the embassy ordering the U.S. citizens, Americans in the state in Iraq to come home, to leave it, you know, I had to come live. I did. I had to come live. Wow. That's crazy, though. Too much. Yep. It is. And I just don't know why they don't want, I mean, you know, what are they trying to keep? It just doesn't make sense, guys. And that's how come I don't like showing, you know, too much of anything, even though you're supposed to be able to, if you can find it on the internet, you're supposed to be able to share it, you know, to a certain extent. Like you can play a little bit of it if you're going to talk about it or some crap, from the video that I saw, you know, on YouTube. It tells you, that's how come you go through it and you play just bits and pieces of it. And you're okay as long as you're talking about it. But I don't know. The Research Revolution. That's the one he got in trouble on. Crazy stuff. Crazy. Well, guys, I am about ready to pass out. I need to go take my morning nap. But you ought to know, I do have my, no, he got in trouble in his, oh, no. Okay, so you're telling me his backup channel is Research Revolution, but he got in trouble on his main one. I got you. Gotcha. That's good to know. Anyway, guys, I'm going to get off here. I haven't seen anything come out in a good minute, and I want to go take a nap. Callers. Callers. Do you want to call in? If I could find my house phone. I don't know what my granddaughter did with it. Oh, you all are so very welcome, darling. Everyone, so very welcome. I am going to, his caller's got him in trouble. Aha, I gotcha. That's possible. Possible, but I don't think so. I mean, they said that it was, they said it was internet issues. So that's what I'm sticking to that. You know, he said it was internet issues. But anyway. All right, guys. God bless you all. And I will see you hopefully at 5 o'clock. I see at 5 o'clock. Okay. Unless something happens and I get awoke to something. Because I do have people that will wake me up if something big is happening. But anyway, God bless you all. And I'm trying to keep an eye on everything that's not being reported, as you can see. So, cars were up. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of agree with you there on Big D. Yep. All right, guys. We'll talk at you later, guys. I love y'all. We'll see you later. Bye.